Dorcas, surprise, Mother Hubbard. How are you doing, friend? Good morning, Watto. Going in. Yeah, snuck on in there. How are you doing this fine day? I'm just bringing up the map, getting my, getting myself prepared. God, this will be the 10th week we've been playing this, and the map's gone through 8 iterations. Like, whoa, 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 whoa! Overused joke. Whoa. I can stall with the best of them, as you well know. Like, my ability to faff about is second to none, my friend. Though I do actually want to, do some base building. I figure if we're going into the crystalline caves, we're probably going to want a base of operations down there. And XD Johnny XP, good morning. What-ho, friend? Sorry I keep defaulting to the Everhood soundtrack. I just feckin' love it. But I continue to have this, like, this mix of joy and trepidation, especially with where we're getting to now. At least according to everybody last week, we're basically about to go knocking in Dave's house. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. But oh yeah. XD Johnny XP, like, you're feckin' right. It helps that these songs are, like, unmitigated bangers. Because my usual kind of, like, day-to-day playlist has morphed into this bizarre, like genre-straddling mess. And I gotta say, like, Spotify's weekly recommended, as much as Spotify is doing terrible things to artists, it's doing great things to my music tastes. But I can't play any of that with you lot, because the music industry is a terrible industry. Lizzie, good morning. What-ho? Oh, mimic check! Not a mimic. Ah, oh, sweet mercy in a cup. I even had time to make myself fancy coffee this morning. I'm slowly getting through the list of nonsense. It's coming together. George is saying that you may have passed or about to pass the amount of in-game playtime in your playthrough of the original. Quite possibly. But as much as we joke about the stalling, like, even last week or the week before, where I kind of overcame the fear barrier and was still faffing about, it's because I don't want to leave. I know we're going to have to leave this game at some point. Like, at some point, this playthrough stops. And that's okay. But I don't want that. So I'm dragging my little heels. Lizzie's like, are you really, Will? Early and fancy coffee? Okay. When we say early, I got my ass out of bed at 10 and kind of, like, was an idiot around the house for a while. Decided to dabble in the current games industry discourse, which is the same discourse we've done 8 million times. But, no. I decided to make myself a fancy coffee and get my sorry ass ready. Called the P.O. Box. They have 4 packages to send. What do you lot like? Oh, sorry, and Wraith, what-ho? MDH writes, what-ho, friend? So MDH, sorry that I couldn't throw a like on your book. I had to do a bunch of fecking around. It turns out... Oh, that
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Still here.
Well, Sheepstonia, it gives us something in common. Both still here. Sheepstonia, thank you for 10 months. And I hope things are going good with yourself. It's going to be a Subnautica day.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Nom Nom, thank you kindly for the host. It's going to be a Subnautica day. So we will find ourselves getting into mischief, building a new base, decorating our old base.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Johnny, thank you for the host as well. Like, it does all help. Hey, Star Watto friend! It's Dave time. Okay, no. It's gorgeous see-through ceiling on our, like, aquarium base part day, and then Dave day. Oh, yes, as Lizzie says, does everyone have their bingo cards ready? First person to shout bingo wins! Okay, the fight. Johnny's like, wait, so stalling, and more stalling, as well as everything in his power to avoid Dave. No. Maybe. Look, I don't know what Dave's like. Dave could be like the dragon. Like, I might encounter Dave and be like, oh no, oh, I can handle that. Or, I'm gonna have a small little meltdown. Either way, I'm very caffeinated. So there's that. But yes, Star, how are you doing this morning? Oh, Star got bingo last time, mostly on stalling alone. Oh, fucking yo. Now, oh, DJKN Watto friend. I do think we should build a base in Dave's spot. George is saying stalling might as well be free spaces. Great, yeah. Dave's very into the games industry discourse. So Star says they're okay. Finished moving their furniture out of the studio. Very nearly done. Well, once again, if I can be the background noise while you're moving stuff, then cheers to you. Laris Watto, good morning. Hello, hello. I also realised that at some point I've got to go pet the whale, which is going to be a scary feckin' maneuver, but... Oh, also, MDH writes, it's a guy with a massive following who is trapped in the past, just trying to do a flex because their entire brand is built on outrage and discourse. I mean, we've done the difficulty discussion here more times than I care to count, and anyone that speaks about difficulty in video games in easy, medium, and hard modes is only really playing a tiny, teeny subset of video games that exist now. So, the guy's uninformed, and he's being an arse, but he has like 150,000 followers on Twitter, so we have to hear about it. Yeah, Dorges, if I can find like one of the whales not too close to the squid sharks, we can go try and say hello. Oh, and Wolfcrad, Watto. Honestly, it's nothing of any great significance. Someone with a very, very large following was saying, was doing the kind of the old, if you play video games on easy, that's not as they're intended. Originally directed at video game journalists. As if game journos are swimming in time and money. Ah, yes, Margaret, denote this. I decided to play this game on easy because I'm too busy drinking champagne all the time. Every journo I know works all the time and is very stressed and is not very well paid. But that's another matter entirely. Yeah, Wraith, you're right. Uninformed being an arse with a large following is most of Twitter. And DXman Watto. Now, if you want to get into the guts of this kind of conversation, obviously not pro-gatekeeping, but how we perceive difficulty and how accessibility and difficulty options should be separated, how there are certain titles where if the challenge is the goal, how do we make it more accessible while maintaining the core of the experience? Like, those are all fascinating conversations. Like, in a game with no forms of conflict, what is difficulty? And I understand that this is very much tilted berry turf, but you know, I'm always happy to chat about that because I fucking love it. But some crusty old bastard on the sidelines being like, playing it on easy is not correct. It's like, piss off, mate. I wrote and deleted several times the matey boy be all about judging difficulty, but you know he IDDQD and IDKFA. But I realised only us old bastards would get it, and it wasn't funny in the first place. DX-Man saying, even when challenge is part of the game, difficulty is relative. Well, and this is where the conversation gets really fun. See, like, Devil Daggers. Devil Daggers is a game where you just try and survive as long as you can. Like, there's no tweaking the spawn patterns or changing things. So, how do you make that more accessible? Do you know what I mean? Oh, Moose, Watto! Moose, we're dancing around it. We're not going to get into discussing the merits or lack thereof of what Jerky von Jerkerson was talking about, because there isn't really anything to unpack. And, like, a very, very disconnected, disingenuous person with a large following said something wrong bad. And I know it's easy for... Oh, Kymel, Watto! It's real easy for us to sit and talk about this because we get to have great conversations on video games pretty much fucking daily. So we don't need to give someone like that the time of day. And it does kind of... I know how much that smacks of elitism. Like, well, this person's not as clever and cool as us, so they don't understand. But, I don't know, I'd take our little sphere of the internet over that nonsense on the daily. So, Kymel, how are you doing, friend? Aside from being sleepy. Watto! Yes! See, Moose, those are the kind of conversations I'd love to have. How to do accessibility in cases where obvious solutions don't work. I'd also like to talk about the cost of accessibility. And I'm not saying that like a tax on accessibility, but like open discussions about how we make games more accessible to come up with solutions that don't cost a gajillion dollars. Because one of the things I'd love to talk about is, if you don't have Naughty Dog money, how do you make your game as accessible as The Last of Us 2? Right? Because it's something that doesn't really get discussed a lot. You know, if you're a teeny tiny team of like, you know, 2 or 3 people, and like every hour of development is accounted for just to get the game out the door, like, yeah, as Star's saying, it's pricey. So I want to have conversations about how we can create more accessible elements that solve, like, more accessible concepts that solve more problems. Now, we've talked a lot about control, and I think it warrants one more saying of, like, control, you can just turn off damage. That fixes a large number of, like, reaction-based solutions. You no longer have to play the game at high speed. It's not reliant on reaction time. So that hopefully helps with a lot of problems that might be involved from using like an adaptive controller, or, and when I say problems, I mean problems that the gameplay presents to individuals, not problems that users have accessing the title. See, look how fucking complicated this is. And matey boy McBigTwitter's all like, well, I think. No one cares what you think. Except for a large number of people on the internet, but I'm pretty sure they're all your mum. Wow, I'm fighty today. When did this happen? Yeah, and so MDH writes, I know where you're coming from. Believe me, I know where you're coming from. It hurts to see horrible people with large viewerships, and there's that cursed apple where you could just make hot bad takes that you don't agree with, and you could gain a viewer You could gain 100 viewers, but that's the cursed object. Like, once you fall into that trap, you can't be anything else. You can't be genuine and you can't be kind because they've only come to you to be evil. That is where the true darkness lies. And it's better to have 5 people that genuinely care about your work than, 100 people that just care about you getting mad on Twitter,
Who wants to sing?
I guess I'm agreeing with you. Since then, thank you for the host. Jumping back onto it, Star was adding that it's worth it for us. So Star was saying that, I believe you mean on accessibility issues, it was worth it because they won a bunch of accessibility awards that got us sales. Yeah. And I don't think that we should farm award ceremonies. I don't think that we should make accessibility options to farm awards. But if adding accessibility options can increase your sales, then you can dedicate more time to it. Like, the more cash you can put in, the more accessible your game is. You know what? And Star was adding...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Gertunium as well. Like, thank you for throwing in hosts, peoples. Oh, thank you. Star was adding... and I'll jump back up on the... Star was saying it was more pricey for us in particular because we had to make alternate effects for all the glitch effects in the game. Actually, Star, what is the best website to link to for your game? Because I'm all for plug-in friends video games. Moose was saying Invincibility and Psychonauts 2. I mean, we touched on that a little bit yesterday, but you're right. Like, you're on it like a... You're on fire. Yeah, so friends, if you want to check out Star's game, it's listed there. And you'll see immediately why I rave about this. Alnus Watto coming in. Dave's house in the middle of Dave's street. Oh, we're gonna have a time. But also, yeah, Star makes a really good point, which is that while their game was able to nail a bunch of accessibility options, Cyberpunk didn't, and they had considerably more cash and more budget. Now, I promise we're not going to talk about Cyberpunk again today. I got on a weird little tangent about it yesterday, and I'm sorry. I'm still mentally digesting that game. It's kind of like a Vegas buffet. Like, everything's in it. And some of it's good. But is some of it good because some of it's so bad that I had to make like an almost Elvis dash to the bathroom? I don't know. But we're not going back there. Gertunium does say stay off Twitter. Simple. Watto. I am unfortunately tethered to Twitter since I was branded with the blue mark of curse. And it's how I talk to a lot of industry friendos. So, I have a new mantra, which is post on Twitter, don't be on Twitter. Like, Twitter is not my identity. It is a place where I post a thing and occasionally engage with friendos, which has helped my mental health a lot. Getting locked out of it for a month was great. But there was also, it reminded me there's a ton of people that I don't know. So Wraith was saying, why isn't there middleware for colorblind options, for example? Tools that let devs implement features without having them to scratch them every time. You would have to ask someone who's more versed. I feel like it is something we'll at least get to see more with the proliferation of, like, mainstream engines. Like, it's not like we all have to make our engines from scratch anymore. So this might be something we get. Yeah, sorry, I'm leaping up and down because many a conversation. Star saying, willing to offer an alternative font. Yes. Though, I'm just going to say it, like, I hope the dyslexic fonts help people. But for me, it's just being confused in cursive, you know? Well, not cursive, but you know what I mean. Kymble says there are accessibility conferences now. There are. In fact, I got to meet a few individuals that went to the 2019 Microsoft Accessibility Conference, where they bring in a lot of individuals to talk about accessibility in different areas. I got to meet a gentleman by the moniker of Sightless Combat, a blind individual that has finished every Halo and Gears of War game. And yeah, was where I learnt about the bamboo rum, which is dangerously drinkable. So Star's saying that dyslexic fonts don't seem to help people based on studies I've read. Okay, that makes me feel better. But then again, like, I've talked about dyslexia, but honestly, like, once I left higher education, I just came up with coping strategies rather than looking into dyslexia. Because when I was a kid, they were still trying to work it the feck out. Sorry, because the longships have heard this more times than I care to count, but like, there was a period where they thought it was based on balance, so I had to do like balance practice like 3 times a week at school. Then they thought it was based on hand-eye coordination, and I shit you not, video games were prescribed. I got to play Pitfall 3 times a week. It was glorious. I still love Pitfall for that very reason of getting taken away from boring stuff to play video games. Then they thought it was based on how dyslexics perceive things. So we got colored glasses because they thought it was possibly the contrast between the dark words on white paper. But like, this was like, you know, back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So like, I haven't looked into like dyslexia and dyslexia research in like 20 years, so. I mean, honestly, it's only really become pronounced since I started doing this professionally, and people will come in with weird names, phonetically spelt names, or names where it's all in lowercase with no denotion of the individual parts, and I'm like, hi, flam, I guess. A few of the regulars here will attest to my mispronunciation of their names, because I'll read it, and even after I've got the vocals of it right, I read it again, and my brain gets it wrong. Hello.
Just wanted to.
Oh, then come hang out. We're talking about dyslexia.
I'm just standing.
Stars hanging.
Very cool, very cool.
Actually, we now know multiple stars. Star Apollo Vista star, like Gig Star.
Yeah.
Not Friendo who took us to the Unicorn Star.
And then also our little quiet friend star.
Yes.
Our quiet community manager star.
Yeah.
Yes,
Who's over on
Twitter.
Dreadx now.
Yeah.
The fact that star ended up on a series of horror compilations continues to make me smile.
It really works.
It does.
It works.
Everyone saying hi, Fee. Move the Gundam base.
No, I'm okay. I have to stand for a minute.
Oh.
Feeties. My feeties are all swollen.
Good to you. Have you tried standing on one leg and hopping? I mean, it can't hurt. I mean, it could hurt Fiona, but.
I just.
Star's asking how's the toe.
Good. I painted my toenails today, so at least my feet look pretty. Even though they're swollen to heck. My feeties are all swollen. I don't know why. Toe is good. It's alright.
No.
I've got it wrapped up, and I painted my toes, so I feel fabulous.
Those colours are nice. I might steal that colour. Is that weird?
No.
Because I haven't done my nails in a bit.
I did my nails.
Oh, very fancy, very fancy.
And properly smudged almost every single one of them in the process.
I mean, you saw when I got really drunk and tried to do them the other night.
Moose just goes, so what is the star rating of your social circle?
Lucy's like, Moose, go home.
Sounds like friendos are up to a
4-star rating.
We need another one.
Yeah. Possibly named Michelin. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, I need to leave.
Yeah. Oh, and Favour 6, yeah. We're talking about the clumsy child syndrome, which was a theory in the UK, God, in the 80s, which is that like learning disabilities was due to like clumsiness and lack of balance. So yeah, that's why we had to do the balance board nonsense.
What?
Yeah. Because like I didn't go to like a fancy school or anything. It was just like a state school. We're talking about dyslexia. I was basically ranting about it.
That's dyspraxia.
Whilst very true, this was at a time where they thought making you stand on a wobble board was going to fix your brain chemicals. So, you know.
Okay.
Can't spell good? Stand on that for a bit. Oh. But yeah, so jumping back to it, like, I feel like this is one of those things where, alongside big technical solutions like what Naughty Dog have been doing, like, coming up with clever little solutions is going to be really where we make big strides. Like, unlearning a lot of the knowledge... Sorry, a lot of the habits we've had. So, like, Moose was talking about, like, the turning off... turning on invincibility. Turning off damage in Psychonauts. Like, that's going to remove a lot of the combat-based challenges, allowing for people to kind of go through it. And it's also probably going to help the comedy land better, because you can get the timing down. Excuse me. Oh, and on the stars, Aldous is saying we call the group Southern Cross. Don't we need 6 stars for that one? Which at that point, like, if the entire group of friends who are also named Star don't have, like, a Ginyu Force style, like, dab pose, I'll be thoroughly disappointed. But yeah, and I think it actually leads into the difficulty discussion quite well, because it's the limited thought around, like, what is difficulty in game. I mean, for so long it's been, you have 3 settings, and the 3 settings change how much damage enemies do and how much damage you take. You know, it's literally just number sliders up and down. Initially is a very, very cheap way to artificially extend a title with a certain group of people. And I'm not against it. Like, playing through a game once, and then playing through it again with a harder difficulty, but to get a reward, is something that for a lot of players, like, or at least for a subset of players, is very enjoyable. But they aren't the baseline. They're the core engaged. They are the people that are looking for any excuse to continue playing your game. And catering to them... Okay, not catering them. Giving them a feature like that isn't bad. But that's not... It's not part of the standardized menu. Oh, Kyle was saying something that Ubisoft did is to make sure audio sliders cover many different options so people can listen to priority audio cues for gameplay. God, yes. I will say Ubisoft's audio options have been glorious of late. Also, Capcom showing the changes and effects of your graphics options have been great. I'd love to see the same thing applied when choosing accessibility options. Like, usually with, like, UI scaling and font sizes, you just have to guess. Also, I know this is a teeny tiny one, but audio settings applying to the whole title from the get-go, not just from loading a profile. That's one that I would love to see standardized. Because, I mean, this is a selfish choice. I don't like getting my ears blown out the back of my head every time I start a video game. Yes, and Star makes a very good point. Localization throws a huge wrench into this as well. Because it's not a small amount of work. Like, subtitling alone takes a large amount of time. Then localization and... yeah. It's where it gets complicated. Star says they're working on an article on choosing typefaces for localization right now. Yo! Amy, how are you doing? What, ho, friend? Wraith was saying, the thing is, added lower difficulty options and accessibility options also allow for the opposite. I mean, feckin' yo. But we definitely don't need to do the Soulsian difficulty conversation. Like, I feel like that one has a monument to how many times we've covered it. You know my thoughts and feel on it. Accessibility, yay. J-Post, what ho? But yeah, the one thing that terrifies me is, like, text and localization. Because you get into some really weird territory. Because, like, if you create a game in... We're going to use just English as the baseline because we all speak a certain amount of it here just due to the nature of Twitch.television and how we find each other. Although, one might argue that what I speak is a bastardization, but that's another story. If you create an open world title with multiple people speaking, so you have multiple VO lines, and then the subtitles of those VO lines, do you, when localizing, then re-record the VO in native? So essentially translating that, but then do you subtitle the translated version, or like, a Kaimball saying like localization's the worst job on a game, it's not fun. No. And localization teams are always under pressure. Like, they never get enough time because the goalposts are moving, scripts change, lines change, elements change. They can only really get cracking towards the end. Oh, Sheepstone, it was a self-burn, I promise. Okay. Sorry, J-Post was saying they just spent a day or two troubleshooting a problem that was caused by something they wrote poorly 15 months ago. What is gamedev.jpg? I mean, I will say that I am definitely looking forward to... Well, okay, so something that I've been thinking about is puzzly puzzles at the moment. And doing language puzzles. Because if I do language puzzles based around what little grasp of the English language I have, how does that get translated through? Like, feck. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Star saying, sometimes concepts in a game... sometimes the concepts the game is using aren't present in a given language or culture. Yes. And ban concepts. Like, love it or hate it, like, sorry, I shouldn't phrase it like that. China has a massive games market. Like, horrifyingly massive. However... it is regulated by the government. You only get to release a game in China if the government says so. So, banned concepts in other cultures is a whole thing. Oh, nice. Ami Masashi's was just saying that language inclusion in games is interesting, and that Ami Masashi recently discovered a handful of games in their native tongue, which is Arabic, which is delightful. God. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Rami's wonderful thread of game environments getting Arabic wrong. That's always very amusing, but like, the construction of Arabic as a written language is so different from what most like Latin derivative language individuals are used to working with, that it can sometimes be more God, I have to give that a rule. Watto, DeVille, greetings, welcome. Stars. Oh yeah, Stars saying any language that reads from right to left. There's a whole thing for localization. Not feeling that way right now. Written languages that go down. Good times. Moose was saying it would be a good exercise to take some games where the most widely advised accessibility solutions are clearly incompatible and look for ways to achieve the accessibility in those games. That's not a bad shout. Catastros was saying that seeing signs and letters in Swedish in Generation Zero was both pleasant and an utterly alien sensation. Yeah, I still found it fascinating how yourself and other people who have either grown up in Sweden or lived in Sweden were describing Generation Zero as being authentic but yet completely wrong. Like, the towns looking like towns and yet the topography of the land being like nowhere. Yeah, Stuzzing, game devs. Make sure your text boxes work in both directions. Favor6 says, I used to know someone that was a long-term... was trying to localize the Obra Dinn in Welsh. I don't think you can get that many letters on screen. Sorry, being terrible. But no, yeah, when the amount of characters per phrase, like, triples, how do you represent all that information on screen clearly? XD Johnny XP, we haven't really talked about that. Honestly, I don't really get into kind of like the Twitch meta very much. If anybody comes by this way, your moderators are standing by to assassinate at a moment's notice. We don't suffer fools lightly. Vanderbeest, head of House Order, Watto, friend. Thank you for filling the pint glass. Fred, good morning, Watto. We're talking about accessibility options in video games. And, I mean, the goal, well, if you'll indulge me today, friends, I'd like to try and, like, brainstorm some simple ideas. Now, Kimball's saying that you make the shorter languages shorter and use the longer languages to judge the box size. Yeah. Because it's one of those things, sorry, when it comes to accessibility, it's very easy to pick apart potential solutions with edge cases. It's real easy to do that. And I would love us to be... I'd love us to be at a point where we can add all the accessibility options that we want to games very easily. But the truth of it is that sometimes, as game creators, we may have to stop and choose what we add based on time, budget, and feasibility. And that's just the reality of it. It's not how it should be, but that's just how it is. Dyler, thank you for follow. And Favor6, I will definitely agree with you that games where the conversational options on screen and what's spoken don't match can be very frustrating. So, Dyler, in about, I guess, like 40 minutes or half an hour, we're going to be playing Subnautica Below Zero. But at the moment, we're chatting video game stuff. I should probably introduce myself rather than being a completely ungracious host. Watto and welcome. And Will... I was game dev side for like 10 years, and I love talking about games. I talk about games, the industry around them, how we make them, the realities, but also like the arty-farty, lofty ideals of video games. I'm that guy. Oh, also, aside into an aside, was watching more of Season 2 of Mythic Quest last night. And oh boy, it didn't drive me to drink, as opposed to Season 1, which I killed a whole bottle of Aviation by myself, like just neat out the bottle. Oh, Novalis, Watto, secretly Robin, Watto, and okay, Robin, we'll get in game in about 40 minutes, but I'll probably be faffing about because got to check the nuclear reactors, got to check on all the sea monkeys. I might start breeding penguins as well. Oh, hello, big girl. I know. Oh, I'm sorry. Is my job taking up your bed? You gonna get comfy? And Robin, you're right. Like, we have sometimes done like 2 hours of wafflemancy. Some days I've just enjoyed chatting with you lot so much we've skipped the game. Oh, Lyris, that's feckin' cool of you. Thank you for gifting your sub. Alright. Feckin' y'all. There's River readjusting the bed. Oh, Favour 6. It was, the aviation gin was on sale, so I didn't help Ryan Reynolds very much at all. It's not a bad gin to drink neat, but it's not great for mixers.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and Lyris, that was very kind of you to gift a sub to Dyla. Getting some house Carl hunting in. Feckin' y'all. No, Ami Masashi, you're thinking of levitation gin, which is when you drink so much you think you're flying. But yeah, like, Kimball says they got annoyed about how they treat the female creative director in Mythic Quest. I'm only halfway through it, so I don't know yet. It was interesting in the beginning of the series to see, like, the two different styles of monster that you could deal with, which is, like, a creative lead or a technical lead. Both can be monsters in their own right. I've worked for both, and they whoo. Oh. Slugs Coffee says no more. You know what? Just if you have any interest in video games, or if you've worked in video games at any point, and for some weird reason I haven't recommended it to you already, please, Mythic Quest, give it a watch. It's hard going, but it's so real. Secretly Robin, it is available on, I believe, Apple Television, and you should absolutely only watch it on Apple Television at appletelevision.tv plus reasons. Deus Watto? Yeah, how dare they be so accurate? Okay, I know I've said this multiple times. Please just indulge me this one more time. When we saw at E3 that the team behind It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was going to be making a TV show about game development for Apple TV, everyone's like, well, this is going to be a pile of hot stinking garbage. And it wasn't. It was actually good. And it wasn't just good, it was accurate and, like, feckin' wet. I wasn't ready for it. And, yeah, when it hits hard. And the thing was, though, it's now kind of set a bar for, like, introspection on video game type stuff. It was really hard to play 3 out of 10. Because that was trying to be like a humorous parody of video game development. But it didn't hit as raw as Mythic Quest. And I kind of felt bad for it. I mean, creating a game about game dev is one of the most difficult topics to tackle. Kimball says they're using the info from Red Storm and Ubisoft Toronto, which helps. From what I've heard, it's basically Ubisoft Toronto, the TV show. But I never worked there, so I couldn't comment. Oh, okay. Wolfcrad finished Season 2 last Monday. Yeah. I did 2 episodes, and it didn't drive me to drink last night, so Fiona and I were like, no, I'm going to stop here. Isado Full, it definitely hits hard because... Okay, I can't really comment. Mythic Quest hit me like a ton of bricks in a sock because I've been through it. I could see all the characters. Like, they aren't... If I wanted to fall out with a large number of friends, I could name every character in that show. That is to say that I have worked with someone who is each of those. You're right, River.
Can I move that? There we go. Give some more space.
Sorry, I do apologise there, friends. I lost my train of thought. But suffice it to say, I think about it a lot. It's so surreal to have something so accurate. Supposedly there's a movie coming up about game dev, which is looking like it's going to be a trash fire. Sadly, it's got the gentleman that played Samwise in it. But it seems to be pretty much the unpaid overtime intern, the movie. Sorry, Moose just been like, could you design a BuzzFeed-style quiz that would accurately assign their characters to them? No one would ever be that honest about themselves in a BuzzFeed quiz. I mean, perhaps you could, if you were clever enough at constructing, you could get people to divulge their innermost, but like, feckin' y'all. Or design a small robot to ask them questions. What if, Robin, what if that small robot was a talking penguin that could take tiny selfies? God, I would love to do something like that. I believe there was a horror game a while back that would start you off with a psychological profiling quiz and then use it to mess with you later on. And I've always been fascinated by the idea of, like, if you could understand... If you could understand the points at which people lie on quizzes like that, how you could weaponize it against the user. I think about this a lot. The problem is you wouldn't be able to tell them, much like the dynamic difficulty in Resident Evil 4. If you tell people you're doing it, they'll get grumpy. But if you do it without telling them and let them play through it, you can then be like, yo, and they'll be like, whoa, that was amazing. Oh yeah, Alnus, yeah, that's the terrible movie that we'll have to suffer through. Yeah, the boss's son helps save an entire game studio by showing everyone how it's done. Friends, we are going to do a watch party for that one. But I need you to forgive me ahead of time. Because if it's like Rise of Skywalker, I'm going to end up ranting and drunk. Like, it's gonna be a heckle along. Robin was saying there's an entire field of psychology that answers these questions. Shit, yeah. And I'm fascinated by it. I feel like the Red Strings Club was a great way of dealing with that. But then, because I was playing the Red Strings Club with all of you, that obviously tapered some of my answers. Like, I'm a human being. There are going to be things that I will change or tweak for a big audience that I wonder if I would have answered like that if I'd just been on my own. Oh, friends, if you haven't played the Red Strings Club, holy. Like, this whole thing we're talking about, like, you know, psychological profiling and questions and responses and, oh, God. Actually, here's a good point. The same peeps that did the Red Strings Club did a wonderful series. It's a series of short games in one game. called Essays on Empathy, which is definitely worth having a look. Because, like, empathy first, yo. Oh, Lars, you haven't heard the Red Strings Club. All right. Let me see if there's a humble one for it. Though, I do need to... It's not so much a content warning, but just, like, the Red Strings Club hits, and it hits hard. It does not feck around. But it is absolutely brilliant. And if you'll forgive me being a massive shill... Oh, Swan Dragon, you came in just as I'm shilling. It is available on the Humble Store, so if you do decide to pick it up and don't mind going through the rigmarole of a partner link, I'll be very grateful. I was actually going to suggest... I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm going to see if I can talk to one of the people at Humble about it. I would love it if we could just have a list of the games that we recommend on the regular, because it is a lot of the same titles. Aperius, shill harder! I'm not saying the last bit. Aperius, you terror. Favor6 says, if I recall, Layers of Fear use player reaction to tweak the game in favor of scaring the heck out of the player. You know what? I actually didn't look into all of the tricks that that Layers of Fear 1 does with the player, and I really should, now I think about it. Because it does a lot with shifting the environment based around what you're not seeing, which I thought was very clever. Oh, Moose is saying, so like a humble curator setup, essentially? So like... A lot of the time, we have to recommend the games that we really like from the Humble Partner stuff, like, on a case-by-case basis. But we have the Great Hall. Imagine the Great Hall also went to a Humble Store page, you know? Especially next time Humble has, like, a sale or something on. That'd be feckin' rad. I'm also suggesting something which would be a massive amount of work for somebody else. So it's that great thing of like, ah, yes, person who runs a very successful online store, make me a feature. Why? Because I want it. That's all. Send that to fucking friendo over at Humble. Deus. Deus. Do not make me get the hose. You're both terrors. You're both terrors. Hey, Lizzie, you can get the hose. Just, I worry it might be gasoline. And... dead. Ha ha ha! Slain. Hey, just cause I'm sitting here nattering doesn't mean I'm not ready to slay a bot. Or a bad word. Anyway, though I do feel like the monsters in Doctor Who, that if anyone gets too thirsty in chat, it summons these, like, crawly bots. I mean, they may not even be bots, but I like denying the humanity of those who would be shitlords. Anyway, sorry, what before the thirst nonsense kicked in, what were we talking about? Oh, it's like psychological profiling of users. Like, I feel if you've got the background grounding in it, you could use it to great success, but I don't think it's something that someone could do casually. Like, I don't think I could just read a couple of papers and implement psychological profiling in a video game, you know? It feels almost like the thing we were talking about the other day with machine learning. Like, by trying to do it in shorthand, it might end up being more like... When we talk about the weapon system in Fable 3. Moose says it would be an incredible PHP project. Feck yeah. And Wolfgrad... the intro to Firewatch was a great way of doing like kind of like character backstory and setup. DX Man's like, but the psychological profiling button's right next to the add online multiplayer button. Ah, yes, 2 tabs over from the make it an MMO. Oh, God, one of these days I've got to buy the Goat Simulator team a pint, because their trailer where they put in the fake drop down in Unity that just says make it an MMO continues to be one of my favorite things. And Dubu, I'm trying to get it right, friend. I'm trying to get it right. Watto and welcome. How are you doing, friend? I saw your Facebook
Reactor
message.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Swole, how are you doing, friend? I actually got to hang out with you the weekend. Very cool again. And thank you kindly for 5 months. How goes it? Gratudium was just adding that we all trust these corporations with our profiles. The one good thing about most video game companies is that they don't want to keep specified data on you, because it's a massive, massive cost to keep user information of that nature. So it would all be genericized. Oh no! Swall's just saying that their asthma is trying to balk the system, but other than that, doing alright. We're doing lovely today. Just having a natter about video game accessibility and whatever the feck we fancy. Going to be jumping into Subnautica in a little bit. We're going to make a nice glass roof for our main base, and then we're going to set up a new base, which will need a new name. And after that, I guess I have to go meet Dave, which I don't want to. I mean, we could make more stuff for the sea truck, but at this point I feel like that might be disingenuous. I'm genuinely considering making the bed compartment though, because the amount of times where I get freaked out at night and I just want to have a little snooze. Oh, Aperio's saying that they really enjoy how in classic Metal Gear Solid, Psycho Mantis gets into your head by scanning your card and messing with you based off that information. Yes. We've seen, especially with the Hex and games like that, how you can utilize someone's Steam profile information in a single-player experience to great effect. Cabin, welcome back. What ho, friends? Swan Dragon says accessibility keeps coming up recently, and it's a good thing. Oh shit, yeah. Now, this conversation all started because some angry nerd bloke with a huge following. We're doing a big whinge on the Twitters, and rather than focusing on that guy and how very, very, very wrong he is, we've been talking about accessibility in games. And I mean, one of the things is that like accessibility isn't just like it isn't just a switch. You don't just add it to a title. You have to put time, and development time is money, into these features. And when you only have so much time to develop your game, you have to either find extra budget to add those or take stuff away to bring it in together. And so what we were chatting about earlier was potentially some ways in which you could make games more accessible without spending a large amount of money. I was using the Naughty Dog example because The Last of Us 2...
Sorry, I'm late, friend, as I was running some errands. Is Will still stalling?
Not stalling! We are having a grown-up conversation. Thank you. Yeah, so with The Last of Us 2, a large amount of money and time was put into the accessibility options, which is great. But if you're a team of 4 people, like, how do you achieve that same kind of quality when you have, like, not even a fraction of the budget? Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass again. Fearless, thank you kindly. Should have said thank you for 200 and I didn't because I'm a terrible host. And Zelky Watto, how are you doing? Well, I wanted to see, is there anyone who's going to be tapping out when we move over to Subnautica? Because I'll be in the base faffing around for a bit, but...
It's not stalling, it's waffling. Much higher class and door.
It requires extra special training and at least one training voucher. And Loris, thank you kindly for the 100 as well. Feckin' you. Alright, alright. So it doesn't look like anyone's going to be leaving when we start playing. Oh, and Gertunium. I'm going to get it right eventually. And then I'm going to keep getting it wrong after that as I double guess myself. But, I mean, hey, a lurk is very welcome. I love the idea of being somebody's, like, second screen while they're, like, working on something or just chilling and illing. So, feckin' yo. Oh, MDH! Sorry, I didn't see your post there. Well, it's going to take us a little while to get the level loaded up, so I'll get it started. I've done my usual hour of nattering on. Obviously, we're going to keep nattering on, but yeah. Right, and Fearless, so that was one of the things that Kime was talking about earlier. But yes, you're right. A little forethought goes a long way. So, like, as a quick example that Kime will put forward earlier was that, like, pick the language that has the most amount of characters and let that be the standard for your text box sizes. Don't just do it to English and then wing it later. Oh, Kyle was about to go for a snooze, and Loris is going to be in and out. Hey, no worry, friends, no worry. And Zelky will be doing what they do best, zoning in and out as they do other things. Well, oh, I'm happy to be everybody's second screen today, alright? And Swan Drain, yep, sizing your text boxes. Giving users the options to see, like, a preview of what the text might be on screen before throwing it in is a great idea, but, like, a reactive menu is a lot of work. Fearless was saying back when they were testing Visual Studios back in the day. Okay. Oh, Zelky, that's very kind of you. Alright. Let's get this game going. Let's get my pad plugged in. We can make our little shopping list of things to do today. Like, basically, we need to head down into the crystalline caverns. That's where we need to go. I don't wanna, because apparently that's Dave's house, and I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Alright, I haven't met Dave so far, but I know enough to know that I don't want to know. Because everyone keeps telling me he's a massive bastard. Actually, I do want to check. Someone said that I might have played Subnautica Below Zero now more than I played the original. So I want to find out real quick. Okay, so Subnautica. Yeah, Subnautica we played for 51 hours, and Below Zero we played for 56 hours. So yeah. Feckin' yo. Feckin' we. Ah, Lyris is excited to meet Dave. Ami's asking if I can send in the penglings to sing Dave to sleep before you go in. I love that idea, but I am very, 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 very afraid of Dave. So the chances that I would send forth tiny, cute, adorable penglings, very low. Remember when I was scared of Frankie? Oh, good times. Wait, no, that was terrible. It's terrible and painful. What was that other thing? Alright, so maps up. Alright, maps ready. Let's get loaded in. No! My fucking life! One of these days, I will have my revenge. Yeah, the irony of Ami Masashi is that Frankie from One Piece is lovely. And Fearless, I will pass on your affections. However, mine shall be vengeance! So bad.
That was so good. It was so easy. River.
She made a nest.
Oh, yeah.
She made a bubble wrap nest.
Yeah. Wanna come with me? We're gonna do some dudes. Your dad's just gonna be in here screaming at the ocean.
Well, no, there's gonna be some faffomancy first.
Shocking to no one.
I want to put a glass roof on our place where we grow all the sea monkeys. Because our cuties need to be able to see the sky.
Having these nuggets has spoiled you.
Yeah. I miss the Fosters.
I don't. I mean, okay. I don't mean that in like a glad they're gone, but in a way I am. But in a way I do miss them as well.
I hope they're okay. I know they are, but I'm just like...
They're fine.
I know they are. Sorry, we're just getting into Nugget chat.
Will. Come here. Come here.
Alright. See you later, big girl. I know you were going to keep me company while I go through my great fears, but, you know, it's okay. It's okay. Your man needs you for, what was it again? Stardew Valley?
Come here.
That stress-intense-full scare game.
Kind of feels like, how did this happen to me?
I gotta stop doing that because poor Captain Steph knows all the words to that song. So every time I do that, I know I'm just bringing up some old emo memories for people.
And you go, my emo heart.
Oh, Sinsden, I'm with you there. Zelky's laugh is adorable and I love it.
What?
Oh, Panda's laugh.
Okay.
Alright, so who hasn't seen the base? Who wants the tour? Who wants the tour? Swan Dragon. Yeah! J-Post, that's a strong snipe. And, sorry, it's me being. J-Post, thank you kindly for the 200. The Yaldum is yours. Look at this little cutie!
She's like, no!
Before we get into the base, look at this little cutie. And if you haven't met, this is little Anya. This was the world's most expensive nugget.
Yes.
Who is now so big and so happy. I mean, she's also very, very sassy. If you try and give her little scritches, she'll kick you with her back foot. Now, guinea pigs don't have a strong kick, but it's still like, oh.
River, come here. Come here. Give me a pet to be J-Post. Yes. She's not about this life. She's mad at me.
Yeah, you can tell.
She's mad at me.
Sassy style.
Like, put me back.
Ah!
Put me back.
J-Post. Oh, hang on. River, come here.
I gave her pets.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, River got pets. All right, J-Post, your ruling as Jarl was followed. There's my little penguins. All right, so friends, welcome to Club Pengling. All the penglings you see out here were grown. We had a couple of penglings, and then I left them in the tank, and then we had a lot of penglings. So now we have a lot of penglings. This is where we started our little operation, in just one little room. The bioreactor, where for the most part I just turn plants into power, but occasionally animals that have done me wrong get thrown in there. Oh, feckin' hell. Oh, I did it again. Fine, I'm just gonna eat it. It's barely consumable. So in the event that we accidentally grow a shark in the tank, it gets thrown in there. Our little operations base, looking snazzy, looking snazzy. Over here we have our prawn suit, Dusk Till Prawn, which beautifully overlooks our little sea monkey enclosure. We've also been breeding sea monkeys because they're fucking cute. Forgive my swears, but they're so mischievous and they're so adorable. What else have we got? Now the main facility does need some decoration. We have our little break room here, so where we can just like grab a coffee, upgrade our stuff, look out over the coral, eat some more spicy peppers. This is currently our work in progress. So simultaneously our like large grow bed area, but also where we're breeding sea monkeys and that horrifying jellyfish thing. And over here is the nuclear reactor. You know, as you do, which is chugging away quite happily. God, we've got cores for days. Where's the Leviathan enclosure? Far, far away. The jellyfish thing does look horrifying. It seems to be fine, but they look at you, and they look at you weird. Now, what I'd like to do, friends, is I'd like to put a glass top on this. Now, obviously, I want to put some additional, like, furniture and stuff in there, but that's just titanium. Like, that's not hard. But for the glass roof, we need an inordinate amount of resources. So I think we need 5 enameled glass, which is glass, lead, and diamonds. I think we're set for diamonds, but the rest might be tricky. Where was it? Here we go. No, I say 4 enameled glass. So that's still a lot of resources. Also, Jackie. Nice. So yeah, this is our little base of operations. Our larger room could use a little bit more decor. Now, Robin, are you asking about the swivel chair in our impressive above area coffee and watch the weather zone, which when it's clear or at night is beautiful, but sometimes it's just a place to watch the storm roll in. The one that I make in game. Okay, yes. But if you're talking about in the real, like, the chair I have here is a DX racer like everybody, but it was a hand-me-down, and it's treated me and my back well for at least a couple of years, so I can't complain. And I don't think the swivel chair in this does swivel, I'm sorry to say. Now, the prawn suit torpedo arm and the gas torpedo is something I'd like to craft today. We've got the resources for that one, I think, except unless we need to go get more lithium. But yeah, I believe we've got both the prawn and the sea truck at max depth right now. Yeah, we finished the prawn suit depth module 2. Oh, and cabin, the blanket, it's a fake fur we got from Goodwill. So it's all, like, synthetic. But it gives it that kind of, that faux fur covering look. I think that's the long and short of it. Now, we still haven't found the afterburner or the sea truck horsepower upgrade, which I would love to find. But yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. The other thing is potentially building a base down in Dave's house. Yeah, that's the next thing that I can think of. But yeah, this is Club Pengling. There's Sea Truck Frankie. Jafar James, Watto, how you doing? Oh, that was the other thing. Potential Sea Truck pieces. So we currently have the docking module, the fabricator, and the storage. We could build a teleportation module, and what that allows us to do is basically build like a teleportation block that we can blink back to if we want to, which is pretty powerful. The other thing is potentially building a sleeper truck module, which is basically just a cot. Now, I initially was kind of non-fussed by that, but thinking about it now, it might not be a bad shout, because I do not like going out at night. Like, swimming around or even driving about at night in this game makes me incredibly nervous. For those of you who don't know, I am genuinely afraid of sharks. Wait, no, that's a nuclear reactor. I am afraid of seawater, of open water. It is genuinely creepy for me. Also, we're gonna take a few more cuties and let them out in the wild. So, Swell says, so going deep sea fishing is out of the question. We're what people deep sea fish for now. That's us. We are the snack. Do like this little base though. Yos. Cuties doing cool stuff. And the cuties will sometimes bring us useful things like this. Aw, see? Thank you. Bringing us some quartz. I mean, we're probably absolutely biffing the ecosystem by releasing nothing but sea monkeys. But feck it. When has concern for an ecosystem ever stopped humans before, am I right? And they make cute little noises as well. Oh, thank you! Giving us some copper. And sometimes they will bring, like, super rare materials, which is feckin' lovely. I love these little cuties. Oh, yes, Lyris, you're right. And here's one of our two little cutie friendos. Penguin's trying to catch the boomerang fish. Hello, you. How are you doing? Little cutie. Look at it. It's got a big eye, and it's super happy. It's just having a good time. Super cute. I do feel like I should put some undersea lighting on this area, but...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It's good to be back. Oh, also, our poor little submariner lives on a diet almost exclusively of pepper and pepper salad. So, like, her innards are not happy. They are having a bad time. Oh, yeah, this was the overflow, wasn't it? So, yeah. The other thing is that if we do decide to build a base over... It'll probably take up a fair wedge of resources. However, it does mean that we need to come up with another base. Base name. Oh, Swole. Swole's just saying they have an immense craving for donuts. Apple fritters. Like, the good, like, top pot donut apple fritters just... could destroy some of those in the moment. And Lyris makes a good point. If she hasn't died from all the peppers, she's probably fine. And J-Crips, how you doing, friend? What-ho? Yeah, J-Crips, like I told you, I'm everywhere. I'm in your video games. And if you don't want to have just raw peppers, we have spicy fruit salad. Spicy fruit salad. Oh, wow. Okay, Aperios was also thinking about going and getting donuts. We might have all just reached hive mind levels. Supply of water. So yeah, J-Crips, I hope you're doing well, friend. Oh, okay, so yeah, so for enameled glass, we need lead, diamonds, and quartz. How are we doing for... I feel like lead's going to be our... Yeah. Lead is our bottleneck there. And I don't think there's any, like, big veins of lead, is there? We got a bit of sulfur. We're fine for diamonds. And we can get shit tons more. Oh, we need coral. A Halo Hybrid? What-ho? Yeah, spicy fruit salad. You ever been eating a regular fruit salad and thought, what if this could burn my face off? Well, think no longer. Oh yeah, and titanium we're doing great. Because we have the recyclotron, we can store titanium as titanium ingots and then break it down into multiple. Oh, let's. Whoa! You can't be coming in here bringing that kind of spicy talk. You can't just casually say things like ordered donuts from Top Pot. It's not fair. Think no longer is a great battle cry. Also a wonderful life philosophy. What do I need for floodlights? Just glass and titanium. And glass is 2 quartz. Alright. I might splash out on that. Because I don't like the idea that our little cutie is swimming around in the dark. I want them to have like a nice little spot. Oh, don't judge me. Oh shit! We can build an entire bathroom now. I forgot. Yep. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but we will be building a bathroom setup at some point. Oh. Hi, my name's Will. I forgot to pick up titanium. Let's see if the kids have got any titanium for us. Is it? Oh, there we go. Talk about. You kids got any titanium? Kids got any titanium? Anybody? Just a little bit. I mean, lithium. Thank you. That's very, very useful. Nothing? Nothing, kiddos? Come on. Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't be essentially outsourcing my work to children. But let's be honest, if the guinea pigs could get me a cup of coffee, thank you. Good work, kiddos. See, there we go. Teamwork makes dream work. Oh, darn it. Go the wrong way round. There we go. Much better. Now, if we're hanging out with our cutie, it's not going to be dark and scary down here. How you doing? Yes, well, I don't know if 6 donuts is going to share between there's 60 odd of us. People may have to source their own donuts. Perry says, fun fact, the Top Pot downtown throws away their 2 olds in a large bag. Oh, wow. Perry was saying they used to survive off those from time to time when they were homeless. Just dive in the trash and find a huge sealed bag. That interesting thing where, like, food standards create these bizarre kind of... I don't know what to call them. Oh, how much do we need? Alright, we need a titanium ingot. And aerogel. What was aerogel again? It's... I want to say it's like a ruby and a gel sack, right? Yeah, ruby and a gel sack. We've got plenty of both. So, numbers, we've been talking about accessibility in games a lot this morning. And we started talking about, like affordable solutions. But haven't gone too much further. Nothing massive's happened in-game. I put a light downstairs. We released a few more cutie patooties. I want to pick up a crap load of lead so we can have the big roof. What was I doing? Apart from losing my train of thought consistently. That's got... Okay, those creature eggs have got to be like baby Frankie eggs. And honestly, friends, at this point, it does feel like if I made a baby Frankie and then threw it in the reactor, that's bullying. Oh, well, Robin, we'll see you in a sec. Yes. Galentia deposits. I was trying to think if there was any... whatchamacallit, if there were any nodes or veins, sorry, of lead that we could hit. But I don't think so. Yeah, at Halo Hybrid, at this point, it feels like that would be mean to do that to a baby Frankie. Because, yeah, it's just lead that we're short on. And we can have a snooze. We'll take the prawn suit out, go pick up some stuff. Yeah. Make up a couple of salads. You know, for the road. because I was giving everything
We released a few more cuties. Translation, we have increased the size of the army by a few more. Slow yes but unnoticeable in general. Today the planet, tomorrow the system. And who knows, perhaps the galaxy and maybe time.
Don't rat me out! Bloody hell! Okay, I don't know what Bacon Avenger's talking about. We are absolutely not trying to conquer the galaxy with sea monkeys, or trying to arm them with enough equipment so they might rule this planet one day. Actually, there's another species in Subnautica that is similarly adorable, and it is my fondest hope that the two nations will come together and be unstoppable. But Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. And Vanderbeest, cheers for filling the pint glass after. Apologies that the accessibility conversation dropped off. I was trying to ponder some more like easy, low-cost solutions. I mean, it often feels like... Oh, excuse me just a second. Hello. Hello there. Hello, hello. Yes, please. Oh, my word. Okay. Oh, my word. Well... Oh, my life! Okay. So hold fire on sending the stuff up, and I will see if we can come and get it. Okay, and thank you for letting me know. Okay, have a good day. Bye! You lovely terrors! You... What did you do? What did you do? Yeah, that was the P.O. Box calling. Something has arrived that is massive. Like last time. Remember when you sent, oh, I don't know, a great big shark to me? But it's also heavy. So it's not... Jackie, I don't know! So, I need to ask Fiona when we can drive down to the box and pick everything up. I don't know. I really don't know. I'll have to, as I said, I'll talk to Fiona later on today and see if we can maybe sneak down tomorrow morning before kickoff. But bleed Nora, what did you lot do? Like, when I saw it was the P.O. Box, I figured it's not going to be a worry. Well, so I don't know what it is. It's an thing, but I don't know what it is per se. Alright, let's go pick up some lead. Thing is, there are multiple packages. So whatever you cheeky mother hubbards have been up to. Oh, also that reminds me to to pick up some coral as well. If you see some coral while we're out and about, let me know. And I'll give that a grab. Still not confident to just jump out my ship. Okay, as I said, the other thing that they noted was that unlike last time, it's very heavy. So while they didn't mind potentially sending it up, it would have cost a lot of money for them to send across. And here is not only potential lead, but also some of that coral. Back in Wales. Wait, have I not scanned table coral? Am I that idiot? I might be. Oh, no. And, Lyris, if that's what you sent across, please don't think that I'm ungrateful. Like, unless it is a giant, heavy statue of a shark, in which case, feck you. But if it's anything else, then thank you kindly. Not a fan. Sorry, of the noises they keep making. Oh, I do not need any more silver. Remember how long it took me to get up the courage to come down even this far? Remember I came all this way down and used one of the air bladders to run back up again. God, that feels like a million years ago. Chance of copper. Chance of copper. Doop-de-doo. Apples and pears. Oh, wow. Sorry. My scanner takes a while to get everything in, just because I went for range rather than for speed. But we got plenty of time to hang out here and chat. Oh, feck. Missed some here? I'm getting slow in my old age. Oh, my life. Vanderbeest, the scanner is going the distance, but it's not going for speed. Oh, free titanium. Wait, I thought I just checked that. Huh? Come on, big robot hands. You got this. I mean, Dorcas, it certainly is feckin' curious. And we can get extra coral samples. Very handy for building robot stuff. But yeah, I guess either tomorrow or Friday we'll go on a little adventure. Won't lie, I'm very curious to say the least, because they said there's multiple packages, so it's like, it's not just whatever that is, it's the rest as well. Ah, humans. Just hoovering everything up. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Just dropped my lead then. That made me very nervous. Alright, now where was that piece of shit? You wanna go? You wanna go? I'll feckin' go. I'll feckin' go. Oh, you're sheepish now. Sorry. Swan Dragon's like, I can't imagine the chaos you've caused the local ecosystem. I've killed tons of apex predators, and I have released an inordinate, and I mean an inordinate amount of sea monkeys. So yeah, I've changed this ecology. For the good, for the better or worse, you decide. Here's me with my, not at all proverbial power armor. It's just, it is the limited range of vision that makes the prawn suit kind of, I wouldn't say balanced per se, but it definitely feels like not having my full range of vision. Alright, sorry. Let me jump back into conversation because I'm being terrible. So some of the things I've been pondering about easy accessibility. So there's a few wins that we know that are always worth talking about. Mappable controls. Mappable controls can go so far towards allowing people to tweak the experience. Like, I don't know, like, I'm past the point now where I feel like any of the excuses against mappable controls are really worth it. How did I miss this one? God. Once again, getting slow in my old age. Lyris is why they like playing with keyboard and mouse so much. The controls are infinitely customizable. They are, but it's... And again, the conversation is more for accessibility rather than, you know, whether... With mouse and keyboards, probably the least accessible form of control. Like, it requires a very, very specific way of doing things, and it's definitely one of the most taxing on like hands and wrists. So, like, things like the adaptive controller are incredible, and anything that allows that to be, you know, industry standard is feckin' grand. So much. How are we doing? I've got 3 pieces of lead. And a bunch of coral, so we can stock up on that. God, there's so much of this around. Certainly aren't looking to make this easy. And Lyris, you're right. You can map all the controls for yourself to suit, and I feckin' love that. but like it's allowing that level of accessibility to non-keyboard and mouse style controllers, you know? It's interesting when you think about it, because that was one of the big selling points for the Wii, was essentially the like family level accessibility. Wait, I was just here. How did I miss you? Now, I'm not going to go into like language and localization too much, because we know how expensive localization is at the best of times. And I don't want to just casually say, oh yeah, no, just add more language options. Oh, it's because we're below the shark tank. Huh, I wonder if we can find some of these outcrops. Swan Dragon's like, wait, someone knows what the Wii is? A fascinating part of our gaming history. Well, a little bit more quartz can't hurt. Especially as I do like putting windows on everything. Oh, sorry, fish! Oh shit, that's a compad. Alright, just gonna make sure I don't get my face bitten off by an arsehole shark.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Comms and logs, this was just mean. Okay. I think it's Pitior. Says, this was just mean. On my application, I mentioned I had a severe gallophobia, which is, wait for it, a fear of sharks. So imagine my surprise when I discovered the brute sharks are here. The reason they didn't call them, there's a reason they didn't call them gentle sharks. Anyway, the research outpost is half finished. I scraped my leg on a broken piece of coral. The blood drew a brute shark, and I couldn't build the rest fast enough. I used an air bladder to get to the surface. I dropped the builder inside the builder tool inside the base. If anyone makes it down there, they can have it. Yeah, it's the will pad. I'm with you, buddy. If I thought for a second that you made it out of this. Not worth it. Except for now, Brute Shark. Look who's got a fist. For punching! It's like, feckin' try me, I will break your face. I will break your shark face. Though, again... So, one thing that someone mentioned earlier that I wanted to discuss because I think it's a curious topic is at what point are phobias part of accessibility discussions? And I know I'm opening up a can of worms here because this is one of those no right answer questions, so please don't think that I'm just being a jerk by bringing this up, but I'm afraid of sharks. I am violently afraid of sharks. I'm afraid of the open water. And so playing through this game, at least in its early stages, is a challenge for me. However, the fun that I've had with it has meant that I've pushed through it and had a great time after. Now, for those of you that didn't see, there was a game called Grounded that came out, where it's basically a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids type scenario, but as a survival arc game. Yeah, and it has the spider slider. Now, arachnophobia is actually, well, at least from what I have seen, appears to be a much more common phobia than a fear of sharks. So, how do you think? So I can absolutely understand that. Spiders as bad guys in video games is a trope as old as time. I mean, I guess from... I always want to call them Quelaag, but Quelaag's from Dark Souls. It's Shelaag's from... bloody Lord of the Rings, right? Oh yes, and also no disagreement, the spiders are much... Shelob, thank you, Shelag. Now the thing is, the removal of sea monsters in this would remove a larger portion of this game. It would certainly make it much more accessible, but it would detract from the intent. And I'm not going to get into the old, like, oh, the artist's always right. Oh, you're playing as it's not intended. But I think it is something to consider. Quasi was saying to your point that they think phobia is going to the same category as, like, triggering and sensitivity warnings. Yeah, I'm all for content warnings. As we saw with Doki Doki, which does include content warnings at the beginning, you can still have a massively impactful title and let people know the content as it's coming. Sorry, I was trying to grab that coral out of the air. But the interesting thing with Grounded was that they took essentially one of their core baddies and turned it into something that one could tweak and change. Now, I've not had a chance to put good hours into Grounded. Hey! Dave, how are you doing? Hang on, let me just grab this piece of titanium. What-ho and welcome! LT3 Dave, how are you doing? Come on in. How was your day? What were you playing? What-ho and welcome once more! I've had the good coffee this morning, so I'm very, very excitable. DJ Ken was saying, what do you know about the Gigabash game? Is that the one that was made by the same team that made Pokemon, but was like an over-the-top brawler? Twang, Watto. Max Drive, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. So, as you joined, Dave, we were talking about... we've been talking about accessibility all morning. How to make games more accessible without spending a shit ton of money. And I guess I was putting the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit with this conversation starter, but I was discussing the spider slider in Grounded, and how you can make spiders less spider to help people who have arachnophobia. But if the game is about being afraid of a spider, are you detracting from the experience there? And I know it's a bit of a shisty conversation topic, but I agree always with accessibility stuff. I find it an interesting conversation. Dave was playing both the shoots and the bangs with a little Apex. Lovely. Thought we'd come and rest our beaten bodies in your wonderful undersea adventures. Well, lovely. We're probably going to be building and hanging out for a little bit. Once I finish building the dome and some munitions for the torpedo launcher, we're going to start building a new base in a new biome, this crystalline cavern. And there is a big, big monster there which has been dubbed Dave. So I'm no longer afraid of Frankie. And I don't think we named the big prawn bastard because, while they still make me... we can tase them with the sea truck. Now, see, there's an interesting thing. So Dave pointed out that love talking about accessibility. I mean, it's been a great conversation all morning, and people have had so many good points to add. Dave was adding that they find it interesting in regarding Grounded, as they find it funny that the floating glob of the spider is much more terrifying. Yeah. There was a Warhammer game a while back about like sea battles in Warhammer. As in, like, and I mean, like, OG Warhammer fantasy battles. Oh, feck you. Hang on a sec. There we go. Sorry, I'm also running low on table coral, so we're just stocking up. Yes, Fearless. Warhammer Man of War. Did that table coral just disappear into the ether? Darn it! I punched it too good. I get accused of doing that a lot. I punched too good. But yeah, that one was interesting because they had an option to just turn off sea monsters. You just turn them off. Didn't want them? Don't have to have them. And what I thought was interesting about that is that the sea monsters weren't the draw. The draw was the ship-to-ship combat. And the sea monsters were almost to just add flavor, right? Alright. Excuse me, cuties. You know what? I'll just get out and get it. I don't wanna accidentally run into the... Oh, what did you bring me? Oh, you brought me some copper. Cuties. Fantasy battles. Vanderbeest, you terror. Oh, wow. No, we are full up. That's not a bad little haul. Alright. Let's get the prawn back. We'll unload the goodies at Club Pengling. Then we should have enough to build the dome, and then we just need to buy some munitions, get ready to head into some new areas.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It's good to be here. Oh, and I'll turn off the bloody scanner so we don't have to see a million... Oh! I like that it no longer says welcome aboard, Captain, the second time if you fall in, like I just did, like a dingus. Alright, so... Here's the lead. But it's interesting that the idea that we would consider, like, phobias to be under accessibility, and at what point should we start taking phobias into consideration? Like, and again, I'm not saying this to logic trap anybody. I'm not saying this because I have some, like, grand, deep insight. I think it's just something that's interesting to have in your mind. Like, if the goal is to stress out the player, then I do not think that... I think that making users aware ahead of time of what content will be in. So, like, we played that World War I horror game about the huge, like, creature stalking you through what appears to be like a transport ship as it's sinking. Like, that was fucking terrifying. You know, and the fears there are kind of like, you know, water, drowning, monster darkness. But if you turned off the water, you'd lose a huge proportion of that experience. If you turned off the baddie, it's a walking sim of sorts. Now, and again, I promise I wasn't doing a setup so I could pat myself on the back about how clever I am, but bringing up Soma, which adds the option to turn off damage. So there's still monsters, they can still shit you up sideways. However, there's no longer a health system and there's no longer a save load system, so it removes a little of the stress outside of non-monster encounters. However, it actually makes it more stressful. Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry, let me turn off the scanner. Now, Vanderby says, was there a no spider mode in Hunt Showdown or some such? Not in an accessibility terms. You can choose your playlist that doesn't include the spider, but feck me, that person spider is nasty. Like, even if you're cool with spiders, it's nasty. I like spiders. Alright, spiders and I have an understanding. Like, so long as they're not on me, we cool. But once they're on me, it's like, no, 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 no. Alna says, there's a difference between the interplay of tension and the release of the... Oh, the cheap heat, heat of throwing a common phobia in for the sake of scaring someone. Okay, Fred and Alnus, you're gonna have to explain the term cheap heat to me. I am still wrestling baby. I'm still learning. I mean, it's one of the things I love about doing this, is I get to learn all kinds of new stuff from you lovely folks. And, you know, friends, we deserve a coffee. Also, I don't know if Camille's doing a lurk again today or otherwise, but if they pop up, please tell them thank you from me, because they sent me the audio file for Coffee Completed, and it makes me so happy. But you don't crunch it down anymore. And Reflective, what ho friend, how you doing? We're just spicing up the base a little bit before we arm the prawn and we go hang out with Dave. How's it going with you, friend? Oh, okay. So Aldous was saying that cheap heat is when you do something low effort for reaction. Like, wow, doesn't this local sports team suck? Ah, okay. So you find umbrage with something obvious for the process of just annoying everybody else. Is it me or is the jelly getting bigger? Let me know if we have to throw him in the reactor. Alright, so we need 4 enameled glass. So that's 4 quartz, 4 lead, 4 diamonds. Oh, and I might as well grab the 2, 3, 4. The titanium for the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Reflective. So we haven't finished the champagne room yet, but it is on the cards. Alongside 2, 3, 4. Alongside the bathroom, as we can now build showers. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and a couple of... What's the good shit? Lithium. And yes, I have started referring to lithium as the good sheet. Oh, we're going to need a lot more quartz. Yeah, J-Bo says, after how many days you finally have access to a toilet again? You've seen the sea monsters. Like, we probably had to hose down the truck a few times, you know what I'm saying? 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, we go through quartz like nobody's business. You'd think for someone afraid of the sea, I wouldn't want to look out, but it helps being able to see the depths, you know what I mean? No pun intended. Alna says, but yeah, back to the original point. Anyone can trigger a phobia, but is it good horror or just lazy? In that regard, phobias are a tricky one because you have no guarantee that the person coming in will have that same reaction. Phobias aren't a reliable tool in horror. And I've very rarely heard of people talking about the use of said phobias in horror discussions outside of the obvious ones like, you know, claustrophobia, fear of heights, which isn't... We were talking about this the other day. Vertigo isn't a fear of heights. It's something else, if I remember correctly. However, now comes the good stuff. Please don't pop my habitat. Yeah! Check it out! Get the good windows going. Oh, totally worth it. Don't know where we're going to put the bathroom, though.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Maybe we should put the bathroom downstairs in here. Like, you know, break room where you can have a shower. Take a shit. So Reflector was saying, there are so many games they cannot play because of spiders. Well, that was something we were talking about earlier. Like, if the goal of the game is to have something that you're afraid of, like Limbo. Limbo uses the spider as both an analogy of the fear of the dark and something to be fecking afraid of. Yeah, so I've heard of horror designers using, things like elements like claustrophobia, fear of the dark, etc. like that, but I've not heard of them using specifically like arachnophobia or the ilk. This game definitely plays into like fear of the unknown, fear of the deep, the one where it's like thalassophobia, like open waters, which is propped by the cliff. I mean, it even references a fear of sharks, but that doesn't feel cheap. It feels thematically sound. But that's another one of those, but that's my humble opinion types. Reflector says Limbo was weird for them. The spider in that was so ambiguous. It's just like a spider dot. That the spider spot in the brain didn't freeze me. It was scary, but they could function. Okay. So Reflective, the thing that we were talking about with Dave when he brought the raid in was the spider slider on Grounded. Because that's been discussed in the same vein as accessibility in video games, which is what we were talking about today. But it was put forth in such a manner... Oh, hang on. I don't think there's anything we need to build apart from maybe some munitions now. I mean, I guess we could... If we wanted to build a bathroom and a shower now while we're talking, we could. But honestly, I was just thinking about building the sleeper module for the truck and just bringing that over. Oh god, Jackie says worst nightmare, spider doctor with needles. Ugh. Dead Space definitely played into the needle fear a couple of times. Oh. But that's not a kettle of monkeys. J-Post, we don't talk about spiders, man. if we can help it. Oh, that was it. I was going to turn these into to ingots. Catch also says, what have we said about monkeys, kettles, and putting their... we said we'd talk about it later? Where's my brain at? Oh, stashing more water. Glass, copper, silver. Oh, did gold get its own thing? It did. And look how much we have. And some leftover lead as well. Go us! I'm so glad you lot put up with me building this little, like, organization chamber. Because, especially when we did our first playthrough of Subnautica, I didn't build any like storage spaces because I didn't want to bore you all to tears while I'm running around just sticking stuff from one inventory to another. So Reflective says, it's like the arachnophobia mode in Satisfactory. I understand why they are trying to make the game accessible, but an attempt just made it seem like they were making fun of me. Okay. I mean, I hadn't considered that. I guess with things like Satisfactory, the point isn't to be chased and scared by spiders. The point is to build a 3D working, like, monster machine that works in its glorious autonomy. Okay, so we've got a fabricator, we've got a prawn bay. Okay, I want to build a sleeper module. Will you indulge me that one, friends? I forget what plate steel ingots are. Titanium. Oh, 2 lithium, 1 titanium ingot. Oi! Pin recipe. We've got all of this. So I think I've got... Oh, that's the battery box. Yeah, here we go. See, I've got the 2 fiber mesh already. And we just went hoarding lead, so that's good. God, how lovely it is to feel like we actually have all the resources we need for a change. Get used to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yes, and 2 of the good stuff. God, I'll probably need to go back and hoard lithium in a bit. Oh. Okay, so Reflective, I see what you're saying about the mockery, like how they replaced the spiders with pictures of cats, like flat static cats. And obviously, like in an airport for aliens run by dogs, the static image things are as expected. Now, Reflective, I've not played a lot of Satisfactory. Do you need anything from those spiders? Like, if you kill them, do they give you a resource or a thing that you need? Because in Factorio, you don't need to do murders. You can, but you don't need to. Oh, Lyris, we've just been talking about phobias in the ilk. You haven't missed anything. Like, that feels like an April Fool's skit. A very funny one, but like an April Fool's skit. They give resources and guard things that you need. Oh, and I'll have a little nap until morning. Who's Fred? Fred's bed, baby. Fred's bed. Yeah, sorry, Fred. I nicked your shit. Probably should have told you that when you came in earlier. But I gotta say, Fred, that's a good-looking bed. Oh, and Lyris, we did get the glass roof made. Let me show you our fancy ceiling. I mean, if it wasn't nighttime, this would be really pretty. Yo. It is super fancy. Maybe we'll build like the shower and the toilet and stuff after we've got a base down by Dave's area. But again, friends, we will need a name for our new base. And apparently my character can't sleep, so we're actually gonna build something at night, which I never do. Oh wow, that's feckin' cool. Use vehicle bay. Module. Sea truck sleeper module. Woohoo! All right. Ooh. Arperio says, sandwich get accomplished, and they may have also come home with a new bottle of whiskey for the collection. Yo. I'm always impressed by people like yourself who can go out, buy a fancy bottle of booze, and then not drink it. But then again, I tend to look at new fancy booze like a board game, you know? It's an event for the evening. Alright, so let's have a look at our... Let's have a look at the sea truck. Look at this. Fabricator, storage area. We can play tunes in the truck! We can set a picture? This is the best! It was a bit loud. We picked up Miracle of Sound and no one told me. Hang on. I'm pretty sure we took a cute picture with some penguins at some point. Yeah, it's probably during the Ice Saga. There we go, penguin. Oh, we can have a little snooze in the truck and everything. We can hear the party truck going. However, leaving the sound system on does use power, so only a little, so it's not like we need to recharge the setups or anything. Yeah, let's go check out the glass ceiling before we go get ourselves into trouble.
Captain.
So here's the thing. To those who have played, this is real pretty. To those who have played, like, do we need to consider... Do we really need a base by Dave? Or, like, a scanning base? Or is that kind of superfluous? Like, am I just being... What's the term? Do I just want to build more bases because I love building bases? Or is it something that we need? Because now we have the truck. And we can stash that thing full of food and water and supplies. And we can do it. I like the idea of a base by the crystals. Ooh. Sorry, just Favor 6 says there's a UK, there is a whiskey shop franchise that did... Oh, sorry, just Favor 6 says they walked out of a whiskey store, 78 quid poorer, and had 3 small bottles of some Japanese single malts. Oh, it's the good stuff. Catastro says, I know for a fact they've gone into Subnautica proper, they'd spend their time building a massive undersea manor. I encourage it. Okay, so Fearless wants to make a suggestion that there's 2 ways that we can go into Dave's territory. One is the alien bone excavator, which we found. The other way we can go in is via Marguerite's space, which, as Fearless points out, has better access to, like, thermal power, which does solve the bioreactor problem, which I'm kind of down for. Also, what are we thinking? Vortex torpedoes or gas torpedoes? Oh, and Kandarian, get some lovely sleep, friend. I hope the banter about accessibility was at least interesting. I do try. Now I'm going to scoff raw peppers. Come what may, our poor character's internal digestive system. Right, she's going to need a nutritionist. Does Marguerite happen to be Dave's ex? I don't know, but I know she'd feckin' do him a murder if given the chance. I do kind of want to release more. Well, because the thing that we know is we know where Marguerite's base. We know how to get down easier via... that route then via... if we go by the prawn bastard, we can beat the prawn bastard without really trying. However, it still has the chance to sneak up on us and cause me to possibly piss myself live on Twitch, which I've managed to avoid for 10 episodes. I have had, touch wood, as yet not pissed myself playing this game. I'm fine with keeping it that way. So, I wouldn't be adverse to going the other route. Dorch is saying the entrance near Marguerite's base is easier to get to. I know what you mean. Stringer, please, yes. Not one singular piss. Catastro says you didn't piss, is pointing out that I didn't pee myself when I played Depth. But to my... this was because of planning. Like, I made sure that everything was out. There was nothing, like, I cleaned house before that stream, let me tell you. I mean, the good news is we can bring the prawn with. Oh, also, did we decide on vortex torpedoes or gas torpedoes? Oh, Vanderbeest, the truck was named Frankie in honor of beating the fuck out of Frankie. Also, Stringer, please, how's your day going? Oh, and Fearless, again, I didn't ask you how your day was going when you popped on in. I hope you're doing well, friend. Catcher says, how about photon torpedoes? Splash cut to someone watching the planet from orbit and just seeing... Alright. Alright, Stringer, please, I'll ask no more. Sorry, Stringer was like, oh, how's my day going? Haha! Lol. Hee hee. Well, hopefully I can be a calming background influence. You know how sometimes watching someone else panic can reduce one's fear in the world? Hopefully along those lines. Phyllis says their day is trying to wrestle some attribute files to generate a local preview of them so they can run their test automation on them and give the devs a good old thumb up. God. I don't know if you've noticed, Bacon Avenger, but I go through this arc with Subnautica where it's like, destroy the whole planet, destroy some of the planet. I don't want to leave the planet. It's a little arc. Alright, well, let's... God, I think how much sulfur have I got? I've got 4 sulfur. Alright, we'll do 2 gas torpedoes, and we'll do... How are we doing for magnetite? And we'll do 2 vortex torpedoes. How about that? I think we've got to, like, manually load them as is. And XD Johnny XP, you did not miss me meeting Dave. I am aware that Dave is a thing that exists, but I don't know where. Bacon Adventure, that would be because I couldn't abduct wildlife before. I had to grow them manually. Dave was the friends we ran away from. Alright, we've got good munitions. Alright, make a couple more spicy fruit salads, as that's our poor character's diet. Yes, I know of Dave, but I have not seen Dave. I do not know the nature of Dave. Dave is a concept, much like Jeff. Remember Jeff from Half-Life Alyx? Remember Jeff? I used to say fuck you, Jeff, a lot, but I have a very good friend who it turns out their people name is Jeff, and I always forget that. So, I don't talk about it as much. God. I kind of got drunk on Twitter the other day and started ranting about Half-Life Alyx again, but I will say, like, that game does not get nearly enough discussion and recognition. Like, it's not just good for a Half-Life game, it's incredible across the board. Oh, penguins. I should get some penglings. If I see a couple of pengling eggs, I might grab them. I guess technically all I need to do is put one more, like, pengling in here. Do we have any baby penglings? Oh, we do. Yeah, you got some pengling eggs. Lovely. Give the sea monkey some company. God, you're haunting. The eye jellyfish do seem to be the eye jellies do seem to be like completely passive, but at the same time, they are terrifying. God, I can't believe I didn't research table coral. I've been guilty of that a bit. Alright, so the eye jelly is made of distinct sections, the tentacles, the body. The end of the tentacles are covered with bioluminescent nodes which attack prey. When the tentacles are touched, they emit a shock through specialized cells. The eye jellies drift with little locomotion, though they track movements with their large singular eye. What? No, thank you. Catastros, Jeff's missing you, Will. Why did you leave Jeff behind? And, Catastros, you do make a very good point that Alex is shackled to VR. You can't play Half-Life Alex outside of VR. It is designed for that experience. So if VR's not your jam, it's not going to translate. And Catastros, your points are valid. VR is still very expensive. It's not accessible right now. And God, talking about in terms of accessibility, the amount of people that are basically locked out of VR due to not just the complexity of setup, but the complexity of use. Anyone that has any vision problems, anybody that's with limited physical motor function is just congrats, you're out. Space, yeah. I'm not saying those things to be contrary or to be a jerk, but it's just something I think about a lot, you know? Okay, so if we are going to be building a base, our goal is... Alright. Thermal plant converts heat energy at medium efficiency. So, I mean, that's easy for us to do. Titanium 5, magnetite, aerogel, piece of cake. Actually, let me pin these recipes. Power transmitters is gold and titanium. Fearless, how many of those you reckon we'll need? 2 or 3? We'll pin them anyway. Build a few. So, if we've got that power coming in, we just need, I guess, if we don't need a bioreactor, we just need a multi-purpose room and a scanning room. And secretly, Robin, I don't disagree with the VR arcades concept, although I am with Katros that it's going to be a long time before I feel comfortable using them. But VR as an experience does still have a much higher accessibility barrier than other mediums. If you do not have full mobility in your legs, there's a large proportion of those experiences that you just can't play. Some of them you can have the seated VR experience, but that's not the full experience, right? If you don't have full motion of your arms, then you won't be able to play pretty much all of them. You can't play something like Pistol Whip, or, even the more basic kind of VR titles if you don't have full mobility in your arms. And if you have any visual problems, that affects everything, because you need to be able to... the systems are designed for people with standard vision and no motion sickness problems. In fact, even people who have a full range of who have spot on vision can still have problems in motion sickness. Now, again, I wanted to bring this into accessibility because that's what we've been talking about today. This isn't a dunk on VR session because as entertaining as those are, hang on, pin and pin, because we're gonna want that. We might need more magnetite for range accessories. And again, I'm not saying this to make people feel guilty. I'm not saying this to try and be a great big jerk, but it is just so that we take into consideration what it can mean when discussing accessibility, you know? Oh, wow. I need a lot of table coral. Good thing I went and got some. This base is going to be expensive! And we can build the components for it here, so that's not too bad. It's just a shit ton of magnetite. God, where did we find loads of magnetite? It was above ground, wasn't it? Alright, is there anywhere under the sea that you'll remember we can just get a crap load of magnetite? Because we're going to need so much. Actually, sorry, Robin was saying that plonking someone down in a video game, like physical abilities and all, might be like designing a theme park. I saw a very, very interesting thread of friendos discussing how for all the different spheres of design that can be applied to video games, theme park design is a great one. Do you mind? I'm talking, everybody! Feckin' penguins. Who am I kidding? I love these little nuggets. I love these little, like, undersea nugs. They're like guinea pigs with, like, a murder face. Oh, but yeah, sorry. Some friends talking about how theme park design theory works incredibly well with video games because it takes into consideration so much of, like, the boring mundane and tries to fold it into the experience. The idea that the process of queuing for a big showy ride can be considered the teaser trailer to it. I've always found fascinating. Katros is like, I don't know if I want to get bitten by a guinea pig either. They wouldn't maul you, but as Fiona found out, they can draw blood. Found some. Is there any on the scanner here? Hang on. How come this thing can find an ion cube? Because it only lists things that it knows are out there. Did we miss some ion cubes? Okay, so yeah, we basically need 6 magnetite total. Maybe 8 if we build a second heat spot. The rest we have loads of. Like, I mean, we might need to pick up some more titanium. Yeah, perhaps another one has just grown in nature. Yeah, maybe now I've stopped messing with everybody. Nature is healing. Or maybe I've bloody dropped one. Who knows? I'm letting this scan run, because if we find something cool, like via this, that'll be rad. Oh, also, what are we going to be naming our new base? Like, let's start getting the list in, because we can only, it'll be the top 5 entrances that we have in. I can get my pad out whilst we're waiting for the scan to finish. Okay, so yeah, Deep Space Mine, Nuggets Den. Right, Deep Space brine. Oh, what was it? Carpet Sium? I like that one. Huh. Maybe I'm just hallucin-smelling. Ah, yes, it was, yeah, Carpsium. Oh, God. Crabblon 5, that was it. Favor 6, you were close. Crabblon 5 was a great one. Oh yeah, you better believe, like, I'm writing these down. I don't know how many more bases we'll build in our run of Subnautica. Huh. Honestly, I guess our character's just having a weird time. Fred's bed, baby. Fred's bed. Yes, I will be making that joke repeatedly. The river cave. That's not bad, although the river cave is actually over there. She likes nooks. God, we came up with some bangers. Because Deep Shrimp Act was incredible.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well met.
And well met to you, friend. How goes it? How feckin' goes it? Tell me your tales! Oh, sorry, and to Great Brew Heron, like, on top of everything, thank you for 33 months. I hope things are going splendidly. How long till your next board game's doing a thing? As I've said, I'm not... Oh, that's lovely to hear. I mean, feel free to share. Good news is good news, right? Alright, yeah. Whatever it is, it must just... It could just be leftovers. But... yeah, sadly there's no... Frankie's full. Oh, I like that one. Fuck you, Frankie! A lot of things in the air, so a lot of things NDA. Understandable, understandable. You know, while we're chatting, we could go... Instead of hitting our supplies here, we could head back to mine, and stock up on... Okay. So, hang on. Let's build the computer chips now while we're chatting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And where's me gold? 1, 2, 3, 4. And coral. I'm sorry, I said coral. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and that leaves us enough to build what we wanna. Alright. Oh, and I meant to ask, so what do you all think of the Memnol link tree? Is there anything I'm missing on that? Sorry, because numbers propped exclamation Memnol. I made like a link tree page for both seasons of the podcast and for like the upcoming episode. But I'm trying to think what else needs to be on there. Moose was telling me perhaps to put the... Sorry, Moose was saying I should put the... forms on there. So the NPC forms and the location forms. I'm a little worried about those being too public, lest they end up getting abused. Oh, and Meowki Sakura, Watto? It goes real well. It goes real well. We're getting resources together to build a new base, and people are coming up with some ideas for names. And I'm trying to remember a few of the good ones. Just Crablon 5, Deep Shrimp Act, Carpe Diem, Squid Pro Quo! That was it. Wolfcrat. Okay, so the current bases are Club Pengling, Snow Fox Base, Dragon Base Z, and Deep Shrimp Act. But yeah, Malky Sakura, how's things going with you? Oh, and Great Blue Heron says, sadly, didn't say sadly, but a lot of things up in the air and things in NDA. I completely understand, but I'm very happy for you, friend. Alright, so the computer chips are together. How are our magnetite stores? Like, we've got just enough. So, like, we can take the magnetite that we've got, but we're now out of magnetite. And the good news is that we can construct them here to save on. We could build a. See, we haven't got enough for a camera drone as well, so I'm just gonna have to feckin' wing it down there. No scanners out there, I'm afraid. Miyadaki was saying that work is busy, but they got the day off. Oh, lovely. My day's been going very well. We've had lots of friendos in today. It's been nice and calm, but we're about to head into uncharted waters. So we're basically prepping everything for an excursion. And again, honestly, friends, we're going to need aerogel. So let me just go. Hang on, have I got some in here? Might as well use the stuff. Yeah, here we go. So 1, 2. I'm going to take a couple of pieces of aerogel in case we need to build a second thermal reactor. I mean, we'd have to find more magnetite, but. Oh, and we're gonna need to bring some. We're gonna need to bring some synthetic fibers with us. I can go get that now. That's why I've been bloody growing it. In case we want to build a bed inside as well as in the truck.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
You know how it is. Oh, sorry, I need one more piece. Then, I mean, bring some glass with us, because I'll probably want a viewing window, because I don't like not being able to see out, but we should be able to find some resources like that around. Oh, yes. Oh, and Fearless, you have nothing to apologize for. Like, your work comes first. I really appreciate the help you're giving me here, but my job is to be background noise while you get your stuff done. And if during that time you can be like, yo, then feckin' grand. The thing I was asking about is, where can I get a crap ton of magnetite? Because that's what we're lacking. Was there some deep, deep below near Deep Shrimp Act? Because we can hit there. Yeah, and Fearless, I think we're in agreement that the next base is going to be built near Marguerite's house. So I tell you what, I'm going to take the... Because what we need now is just... Oh, one piece of table coral, which I'll bring with us. And everything else that we need is just... Oh god, even copper we like... Even copper we're set for. Yeah, it's just gold and titanium. So yeah, here's what I'm thinking, friends. Like, let's... we still overstacked with gold? We are. So I'll take the 2 that we need, and probably another 1, 2, 3, 4, so that we can build multiple of the power relays to get our base keep going. And then, yeah, so we're going to hit the mines to pick up titanium for the build, and then go from there. Alright, let's start getting prepared. Got spare food, probably could do with grabbing a couple of bottles of water. We'll load the torpedoes into the prawn, because... I mean, what's the point in having a prawn suit with no missiles? And yeah. Feck. How does that sound as a plan? Mines, and then make new base. If anyone comes up with any additional base names, then we feckin' got it. No, I need you to look at the prawn storage. There we go. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll keep the torpedo arm on for now. The Weeping Catfish. I like it. It sounds like a pub. It sounds like a pub that I would get messed up in. It might just end up being Weeping Catfish because of character limit. But yeah, keep the base names coming in, friends, because it's a while before we found it. You know what? I'm going to take a second power cell because I know we've got one on the truck, but being able to jumpstart it is very useful. You know what I mean? So, there we go. Om nom. Okay. So yeah, we just need crap loads of titanium. Let's get the prawn loaded onto Frankie, and then let's get a move on. Okay. Well, we can have a nap in Frankie as well.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Robin's been saying so that there is a version of Unreal Engine 4.26, current version that's labeled in the Epic Games Launcher as Chaos. Oh my word. I do like the River's House idea just because... Like you've all been saying, like, River protects the house. Alright. But here's the thing, because it's nighttime, we can have a little nap here. We don't have to wait until the bloody... We don't have to wait until the morrow to get going. Jafar James, the weeping corgi just sounds like we're having a really bad time. And I still wish we'd been able to get like a, Alright, let's make sure we don't run over any penguins. I still wish we'd been able to get like a sea drone penguin style. Alright, if you come up with any other names while we're harvesting goodies for our grand expansion. Oh, hang on, wait a second. I forgot to repair the front after our last encounter. Yeah, this thing is turning into our own little, like, mini Cyclops. If we could double stack the cabs, then it would definitely be Cyclops-sized, you know? Alright, how's the... Yeah, so we're going to pop an extra battery in there. Because then we've got one battery to jumpstart the prawn if things go sideways, and one to jumpstart this if we need to get them both out of there. Just in case if I've made some horrendous calculation error. Oh, yes, numbers. That is the prawn module. Do you want to have a proper look at it? Because I guess you didn't get to see it at night. Yeah, check it out. So it's not like a drop module like with the Cyclops. It's just kind of like a... Like, we tuck them in on the back. So we can't quickly get into it. But it does mean for, like, heading for mining operations. We can just head over there, bring the ruddy truck, and just get ourselves all set. I mean, the shit's Frankie gonna do, right? Oh yeah, no, it's still awesome. And yes, there is a part of me that does miss the Cyclops. The Cyclops had a certain je ne sais quoi that felt like your own little, like, floating castle. It had torpedoes, admittedly non-violent, but... And the fact that if you turned off all the engines, you were completely silent. So, like, the idea is that if you wanted to avoid... I don't want to say detection. If you wanted to avoid the big monsters, you could just turn everything to feck off. Is that a piece of a sea truck? Bloody is. Also, the good news is if we're going to build our next base further in... Ow! If we're going to build our next base further in, that does mean we have to go past Deep Shrimp Act. Which I'm always happy to stop in there, you know. Don't try it! Don't try it, I'll break your face! Oh, feck. No, that's not right. Sorry! God, I'm not used to having... Frankie, you need to fuck off, mate. Oh, darn it! Oh, God, this thing's got a dump truck for an ass. Now, Fears was saying they liked that the Cyclops had damage modeling similar to the base. Yeah. Because the thing is, after you get past a certain part in this game, you don't tend to make mistakes on the structural stability of a base. Nope, that's the... Wait, how was that ahead? Frankly, I'm going to need you to feck off. Oh, did I go too far over? Darn it! No, seriously, Frankie, mate. I'm gonna need you to piss the fuck off. God, this thing's a chonker right now. Do we have to come at this from a different angle? Ugh, this is so easy to find when I'm usually... This is usually so much easier to find. And Frankie's great big shadow is not filling me with confidence. Like, I know he's a great big dingus. Yeah, so Yeah, Fearless, I love that the fact that like the ship could start filling with water and that it felt like it was still your base that you were working on. Alright, what have I done wrong here? God, I'm so glad I can't see how I'm driving. Okay, here we go. Back off. Frankie, you piece of shit! No, you brought this on yourself. I told you to piss off. Get out of here! I will tase you. Alright. Oh yeah, you know, you across the... BAM! What? I have tasted blood. Oh, and Lyris, you are correct. Oh, God. You are correct that there is another way in. Just... Yeah, you are correct that there is another way. Oh, God. I need to straighten this right up. You know what? I'll just walk the prawn past the ship. It's fine. Okay. So we're just here to pick up some titanium and hang out. But yeah, so the things that I loved about the Cyclops was that on top of all of its glorious nonsense, it was designed for multiple people, so you couldn't just win. Freaked out there. Alright, so access upgrades. Well, we'll keep the claw arm off on the short term. Oh wow. Sorry friends, after driving the dump truck sized Cyclops, this feels so light. Hey kids, you want to see a dead body? Fucking wee! No fall damage! Oh, and Secretly Robin, I'm feckin' down for playing Grounded. It won't have the same effect as this does, at least in the initial, but... Drill arm, it's time for drill arm. Oh, don't tell me there's like the equivalent of sea creatures in that one. That'll do me a damage. Appearance is like, I think you're ready to fight a shark in real life, my dude. How about no? I don't like looking at sharks in real life. They scare the piss out of me. But yeah, I really loved the Cyclops in the first one. And I'd love to see that. I'd love... Okay, the thing is, I think what I want is just... I want more. You know? Can't hurt to grab another diamond. You never know. Oh, certainly can't hurt to grab another ruby. Okay, so just upgrades. Drill arm off. Sub shrimp. Oh wow. So XD Journey XP says, isn't this meant to take place 2 years after the first one? It is. Like, this is a direct sequel to Subnautica, with, like, continued characters, elements, all sorts. Wish I knew where we could find more bloody magnetite. But one of the things that is canonical about Subnautica is that the Altera systems control what you can and can't build. So we can't build guns. It's just not allowed. Those blueprints are forbidden. After they had a bunch of workers revolt against their overlords. Sorry, just making sure prawns don't punch me in the butt. Alright. Shit, that's almost... That's gotta be enough, right? Yeah. Alright. Prawn. But yeah, like I said, I'm really hoping that we get something along the lines of this content in original Subnautica would be feckin' grand. And I know Subnautica is a set map with set biomes, but I'd love to re-explore it with the knowledge I have now. I don't know if it would be interesting to watch for you lot, but, you know, that's something I'd love to try. Alright, so we're going to head to Deep Shrimp Act and go from there. I mean, maybe Deep Shrimp Act can scan for magnetite and stuff. So Robin says, you want Subnautica plus Rando, where all the salvage and creature spawns are switched around. Oh, hell no! I say that with love and respect. I am good. That sounds like a fresh hell. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna stash what we found. Everything that we need for building stuff. Hiding it here. With more table coral. And now to bring the stuff out of the... out of the sea truck. The problem is we don't have a deconstruction module here. So we can't just, what's the term? We can't just bundle everything up all nice and easy. So we've just got to store it where we can. Well, and I guess probably on our person, because we'll need that for the initial hub. Now, Fearless is saying that if we go towards Omega Base and go down, there's a ton of magnetite ore. Sounds good. I mean, we're heading over to... Hang on. Is it nighttime? Really don't like nighttime. Yeah, so now, nap time! So yeah, now we'll head over to Deep Shrimpact, which is close to Omega Base. Or we can head straight to Omega Base and head down from there. Like, I'm good with that. Wake up looking at a little robot penguin and a fluffy, tiny fluffy. I'd like to point out that this game wouldn't let me steal Tiny Fluffy. Oh, Ortazini, that's lovely to hear. Welcome back, friend. Congrats on surviving. I know the heat's been a bastard for a lot of people. Yeah. But yeah, welcome back, friend. We're about to found a new base, and then we're going to go meet Dave. We've not met Dave yet. Well, that is to say, I've not met Dave yet. I will tase you, Frankie. Frankie, so help me, I will tase you. Oh, well, I charged the taser anyway, so here we go. Woof. Bye-bye, Frankie. That's what you get. How many episodes did Frankie bully me for? This is justice. Feck off, other Frankie. That's a vein of copper. Alright, we should be hitting the arse of the... Yo, is that a vein of, like, lithium there? Look, I'm real sorry, kids, but you're about to have a bad time. That is a big fucking jellyfish. That is a big fucking jellyfish. Is that coming this way? What the fuck are those? Like, Frankie doesn't seem brave enough to fight him. Then Frankie's all nonsense. They're just floating by. I will run you over if you don't stop yelling. God, they're just fascinating. Lizzie's like, give it a lick. How did Will die of super toxins? Yeah, he found a giant man-o-war, and for some reason his first instinct was to put his tongue on it. Yeah, we're not sure either. Will's super dead now. Like, imagine someone who's dead, he's worse. Alright, Frankie, you gotta go, buddy. And also you. Other Frankie. Son of Frankie. Because that's either, like... That's either lead... or magnetite, or something, right? That's titanium. It doesn't look like titanium. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me.
Welcome
Ah.
aboard, Captain.
Ah. Heck you, Frankie. No, you are all entirely correct. It is titanium. Also titanium. Wow. Frankie, I've got a drill I will stick in your nozzle. I know it's not as effective, but... God, I'm just drifting through. Yeah, also silver. But yeah, Fearless, I'll check it out down here. We've got our prawn suit. Oh god. Oh fucking wow. All right. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. I do not know what Big Prawn does to my wee babu. I don't know if I'm brave enough to take on a prawn. Sorry, a prawn with a prawn. Okay, that's the other place to find spiral plants. Alright. Urge to bully Frankie to make myself feel better, rising. Alright, I've got an idea. We need to test out... Justice for Frankie! Why are you all like this? Did you screech at me? No, don't open the storage, get the... God, it's like a multi-eyed carousel. God, it is beautiful. What do you mean, ammunition depleted? How? Right, so... I guess we'll try one of each. Oh, wait.
Seek fluid intake.
Wait, so I think we have to manually load the torpedoes. Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit! Hadouken! Shoryuken! God, that scared the fuck out of me! You actually have to put him in. Well, this changes things. Okay. Tenwin, I'm sorry you're having a hard day, friend. I will say that we have a lot of trans people in our little Longshipian community, and we are staunchly trans rights are human rights. So that is our stance on things, but we don't need to go into it. Just about to shoot a prawn with a missile, so... Well, actually, I think I'm gonna... I'll wait until... God, the colours out here are gorgeous. I'll probably wait until the morrow. Oh, and I should probably have a drink of water, shouldn't I?
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, I don't want to face that bastard at night. It's always another Frankie. Oh. Hey, numbers, I ain't feeling that brave. But we'll wait till the morrow. And I'm gonna try fighting a prawn. Fucking blood pressure through the roof. God. Still wish we could get an in-game clock, you know, like knowing what time of day it is.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, so numbers, I think you're correct. I don't want to... I wouldn't want to take your money in that regards. Like, you already throw a whole bunch of the Longship to support. I think you're right, the jellyfish are docile. But it's not the jellyfish I'm worried about. Now, we're going to start heading down towards here. I'm going to try out the rocket launcher, because I haven't tried it out yet. Sorry! Yeah, that is what I'm worried about. Oh, wow. Okay, the vortex torpedo does not feck around. Alright, alright. Alright, let's try a gas grenade. Alright, the prawn is unaffected by all of these.
Systems disengaged.
Okay, so, cool. That was fun. Hell no. I mean, we can take the truck down there. Alright. Because there is also some alien stuff down that way, so... Alright. Eyes on the prize. Here we go. Eyes on the prize. Here we go. We've got a defense system. We can do this. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on, let's fucking go. Oh, shit, I let it off early. Oh, I let it off early! No! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck. Why does it have to do the stick at the... Ah, fucking hell. Okay. As an FYI, friends, flicking the lights on and off sets off the taser too early. So, that's a thing I just learned. Alright, once more into the fray, dear friends. Once more into the fray. Billy Big Bollocks wants another go. Give him another fucking go. Oh, it's just when it comes at your face, like, fuck! Save a raid, hug a wall. Save a raid, hug a wall. Affect that one fish in particular. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you!
Beep boop beep.
Cool, I'm never getting out of this. Sorry, thank you kindly for the 100.
The vent garden harvests geothermal energy to nurture the life that grows within.
Okay, that's fucking cool, but I'm fucking scared right now. Sorry, I'm so sorry if you just came in and all you've heard is me cussing and losing my shit. Fuck. Fuck me. What even are you?
Rising temperatures detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
Fucking hell. God, it's protected by like a sea of these little scampy bastards. And by little, I mean fucking gigantic. Like, yep. That's fucking huge. You know what? This is not a job for the full weight of Frankie. Yeah, here we go. What the shit is that? Oh cool, it's just super hot magma. Alright. It's just a big old... Yeah. It's a big old power plant. If this place wasn't full of things that do that... Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I would absolutely be down to go... Oh, yo, that's a full, complete... thermal plant. They must have had some kind of base set up down here. Freaking no. Got some uranium. Would you look at that? All this for me? You shouldn't have. It doesn't seem like there's anything here, but still. Okay. I'm going to take a slight breather, and by breather I mean I'm just going to stop and talk to you lot, because that was feckin' scary. It's the thing that those prawns can still shit you up. Oh, where did you see the... Did I miss the PDA, or am I over it? Okay. Okay. You know what? Let's have a little listen to that audio log. That'll give me a chance to get my sea legs back under me. Alright, so here we go.
There I was, 500 meters below sea level. Chunks of the sea base sank around me. One hand gripped the monster's scales. The other was clamped around the shard of metal I'd lodged into her eye socket. A Reaper. Wounded, maybe, but still dead.
Huh.
I'd already taken out one eye. I damn near carved out the other. We were headed for the void at the crater's edge. Blinded, she was spiraling deeper. I had a choice. Hold on, or let go. I clung for dear life as she took us deeper. I had 1 minute of air in the tank. Back then, I could go another 3 with what I had in my lungs. So I had 4 minutes to kill the Reaper, minus a few to get back to the surface. It ain't that I like killing folk. It's just sometimes what you need is on the inside of someone else's ribcage.
Whew.
I killed that beautiful, terrifying creature, and I made for the surface. When I caught my breath, I realized we'd come further than I thought. I was surrounded by watery void, just me and ocean. Nothing else.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay, so the prawn missile launching arm's pretty useless. Fearless is saying there's a cave here that will take us through to Marguerite's spot. Now, will we have to cross paths with the big bastard to do that, or is this a viable route? All right, so I'm gonna go get the rest of the truck and see if we can totter through down this way. Because the one good thing about the sea truck is it might have a badonkadonk butt, but it's skinny. Like, this thing, if I can make a straight path out through stuff... It's up this way. If I can make a straight path through stuff, then... it should be okay. Oh, this is very pretty. I feel like I recognize this. Let me guess, just follow this through, right? I feel like we were really close to another alien artifact and I kind of freaked out. Alright, so I'm going to park her here. I'm going to see if I can get to the alien artifact whilst we're here. You know? Like, we've come this feckin' deep. Need to stop being so afraid of everything that swims. Oh, feck me sideways. Oh, let me guess, this isn't the way we get there, is it? So this was definitely like an energy generation facility. He-balls. Yeah, XD Johnny XP, you're right. This is not the way I'm looking for. But I can live in hope. I can live in hope. Okay, okay. See where this undersea garden takes us. Just fuck me. Why did it have to grip onto my face? Like, was I not scared enough? Hey! Well, anyway, I know where we are. If we want to stop in and say hi, we can. This thing has got a butt on it. But that means I'm not entirely sure which of these areas is where we'll be heading next, you know? I mean, we have a scanning base at Deep Shrimpact. Just Johnny with so lovely. I wonder what deadly things live here. Oh. Hang on. Have I turned off the marker to Deep Shrimpact? No, I haven't. Alright, so it's not far from here. Okay. Anyway, our goal is to build a crystalline base. We're going to be doing that. So I just need to find the way down here. Oh, God. This feels a little bit like the way we just came, but if it heads deeper, then we're in luck. Lots of thermal vents here mean we've got plenty of thermal power. Oh yeah, no, that's straight into the fucking abyss. Cool. Stop spinning round. Huh. That's the, Right, friends. Welcome to the site of our soon-to-be new base. Let's pop the truck up here. Oh look. Oh no, let's pop the truck on the shelf. God damn it, Ben's soundtrack is so good. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Fearless, I'm not saying I doubted you. It's just, it's lovely to see. All right. Did we bring any quartz? No. Guess who forgot? It's all right. Get in the prawn! Oh, actually. Okay, so torpedo arm, you were basically useless. But drill arm, you're still awesome. And Biakuaz... Oh. Yeah, massive bit of quartz detected. That's perfect for us. Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm still on the come down from that prawn getting in my face and then seeing the gigantic, like, jellyfish the size of a city. It's the scale of this game that's so incredible. I say, Fearless, don't be proud of me yet. We haven't encountered Dave. Alright. And between these two looks like a lovely place to put a base. But also, might as well give that a scan while we're here, because it's probably going to give us more titanium if I didn't get it already. Oh no! Huh? Is it weird that I thought we had that already? No. And Dorchester, they shouldn't get in the way of expansion. If needs be, we can build this one up. You know? I guess my feedies were in the way. Alright, and so we've got some powered fishers up that way. So let me just fish the goodies that we need out of the truck to make. Oh, do you know what my dumbass didn't bring? I didn't bring bloody spicy peppers to plant. I mean, we can get from here to where we need to go. Oh, and Hookshot, I can't recommend this game enough. It's so beautiful. Where do we put all the fancy stuff? Oh yeah, put it here. Yeah, so aerogel. Aerogel and magnetite. And then a bunch of gold to build our cool shit. Hookshot saying, so many games, also not a god of space and time. I will agree, like, a lot of this is definitely in the much easier said than done category. Alright, hang on. We'll check it with the prawn. Yeah, because this gets to, like, got 50 degrees here.
Immediately.
Hydrate or die.
So firstly, Lyrius, thank you for the clip. Thank you for 200 bits. And you're right, literally hydrate or dihydrate.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Huh. This could be tricky. Alright, might need to build it slightly close to on one of the ones slightly closer to the surface. Slightly closer to the wall. That should do the trick. Go. Alright, there we go. All primary systems online. Look at that. If needs be... Hang on a second. If needs be, we can go get ourselves some more. Feeling pretty good. We don't need a fabricator here, but it might help. Good old lithium. Bulk out the base a little. Ah, very handy, very handy. What the fuck is that? No, I'm sorry. What the fuck was that? Oh no, it was a... Oh, bloody prawn! I nearly pissed myself! Hi, my name's Will. I'm gonna be your new neighbor. Please don't make me piss myself. God. Is everyone around here? Yeah, those relays do have incredible range, which is feckin' rad. Oh. Yeah, so Hookshot, like, I can understand where you're coming from, because you've got, like, a family and stuff, and you're making a video game. It doesn't leave much time for doing all of this. Alright, so what do we need for the... Alright. That table coral. Might as well take all the fancy stuff. Copper. Yeah, I think we take it all. Yeah. Alright, I'm stashing the arm because the arm and the torpedoes was, I don't know if I was using them wrong or what have you, but they seemed relatively ineffective, comparable to what we had to bloody do. Also, like, at this depth, like, day and night's completely gone as a concept. got a scanner room, so we can start having a look around. Hookshot's like, I just need money to appear in my bank account randomly. I don't know, friend, that sounds like a horror movie. That sounds like a lot of a horror movie.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard, indeed. Right. Oh, right, we don't... Oh, we'd... Alright. Scanner room... I built 4 HUD chips. I built 4 HUD chips, not 4 range extenders.
Stop it.
Bacon Avenger, thank you for gifting a sub to Hook Shot. In my moment of stupid. I need us to go to... Well, I mean, the good news is we can make some glass. The recyclotron... I think the recyclotron needs, like, ion cubes and stuff. Yeah, ion cube and titanium. Which we could go and get, but... Fuck. I'm gonna go build a window and a coffee machine and think about what I have done. So Swan Dragon, I met a city-sized jellyfish. I lost my shit sideways, and it turns out that in all my nattering and pre-prep, that I basically fecked it. But we now have a crystal window. This is real pretty. This is a nice view. Why did I not build 2 things of glass? Why am I like this?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You look like you could use some coffee.
What fishy ho?
Okay, Chiat, thank you for 28 months. How are you doing? Fucking hell. Like, we've had loads of people doing, like, the long subs today, and that is fucking glorious. I worry sometimes on days like today that I'm spending too much time focusing on the long sprees. It was at this moment Will knew he fucked up.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
FML. Chiat's like, how long has the stream been going for? Has Will met Dave? We're coming up on 4 hours, so that means 3 hours in the sea, and I haven't met Dave yet. I fucked up the scanning rooms and whatnot, and I don't have a means of growing more food down here. So the smartest thing to do would be to hit Deep Shrimp Act. Wait, what do I need for a... What do I need for a beacon? Oh, copper. I didn't bring any more copper. Why am I like this? 4 hours with no Dave. I'm doing my best. And the sea has not been kind to me. Alright, I'll see if I can get some copper down here. Because titanium we've got in spades. There we go. There we go. But now we can name the base. Yeah, you're right, Dorcas. At least we've built a base. Like, we haven't completely biffed it. I just... Alright. So. This is one of those kind of like those good news, bad news moments. The bad news is I'll probably have to head... Well... See, like... The lack of scanning stuff is... Wait, I didn't build the... Oh, yeah, okay. Hang on. Alright. Overused joke, hang on. So we have a base now, and this gorgeous little crystalline setup, which I'm really happy with. This is our new operation. It needs a name. So the bad news is I don't have everything that we need here. The good news is that if we can do without the range extender on the scanner for now, then we can continue our operations forward, because we can just head back up towards Deep Shrimp Act, get some peppers, start growing them down here, like turn this into a livable space. Won't take much, you know. Now, I want names for this base, because what I'm going to do, friends, is I'm going to make myself a Sani in a sec, and I'll pause it and I'll put some tunes on so I don't end up like drowning down here. However, we're going to need a fucking name. So, alright, what I'm going to do is disconnect. We're going to take the sea truck back to Deep Shrimp Act while people suggest names. And I'm just going to grab... Oh, hang on. Why am I a stupid? Is it my lot in life to just be a honking great big stupid? I think it might be. If I have to go pick up stuff from the other space, why bring all the nonsense? Feckin' scanner room HUD chip. Let no one ever say streaming is easy. Yeah, because we've got one spicy fruit salad and one bottle of water, and that's not enough for long-term stability. No, crap sticks. Oh, God. Oh, what has happened? No! Do you reckon if I save and reload, it'll be okay? Otherwise, we have done a lot for nothing, and I'm gonna have a little cry. I can't save. I can't save. I can't move. I can't save. Yeah, Swan Dragon saying give it a minute, maybe we'll snap back to it. We appear to be moving, albeit very slowly, so we might be okay. Asari wanted to put forward the name Crystal Atlantis. Also, sorry, thank you for the 100. I'm so sorry. I didn't... see that one. I'm just was hoping that this would sort itself. Okay. I'm still moving into position. We might be okay. Oh, okay, so save. Quit. And then we're going to quit fully out. Now, good news is, it gives you all a chance to think up some names. And we'll put some Everhood on. The Dreamer, Watto. Right. So, I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 recommendations. Fearless wants to put in Dave and Buster's. Oh, God. I can kind of put Dave and Buster's. Because I forget what the character limit is. So what I'm going to do, friends, is I'm going to set up a poll for what we're naming this base. So I can go breathe, have a Sani. Oh, as in, I'm just going to make a quick sandwich. And I'll be right the feck back. Brave the Dave. But we can only have... we can only pick our 5 top. Because currently, Deep Space Brine, Carpe Diem, Crabalon 5 are definitely in. Along with Squid Pro Quo. So, like, the River Cave is nice. The Weeping Catfish is a good pun on the Weeping Cock. Crystal Atlantis, Dave and Buster's. Like, are those better than Carpe Diem? Olfac, thank you kindly for following. We are going to be back to Subnautica in just a second. Seize the Dave. Brave the Dave. Seize the Dave is definitely... I'll put that above Dave and Buster's. Alright. Okay. You know what? Carpe Diem is good, but Squid Pro Quo is better, so I'm just making a short list. Alright. You got a couple more seconds to put in some absolute bangers. Purple Party Pad. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Stop that incessant
oh!
clicking.
Scared the feck out of me there. See, friends, this is why I need to go, like make a cuppa and a Sani. That made me jump. Fearless. Feckin' fan of knives, my friend. Thank you. Fearless gifted out 5 subs to the crowd that went to Arcannon, Iron Leonum, Kisa Saitama, Regnar, and Turner, which is feckin' cool of you. Or Tuna. And it means that Iron Leonum got to take the Yalda.
Incessant clicking.
Oh, Lyrius, I mean, that's as much my fault as yours. I should have realised that you had the Yaldaman and given you the proper...
Stop that incessant clicking.
New base name. Alright, so we've got Deep Space Brine. We've got Crabalon 5. Definitely Squid Pro Quo. How do you spell Quid Pro? Oh, it is. It's just QUO. Okay, I wasn't wrong. I thought I was losing my marbles there. Latin, making me paranoid about my spelling. All right. Born to Krill. Born to Krill's very good. And Phyllis, it might just be decaffeination, but that one went straight over my head. So I'm going to throw Crystal Atlantis in, because Asari did put like 100 bits behind that suggestion. And then Born to Krill is good. Seize the Dave is good. Crystal Atlantis. Or is that not how you spell that? Okay, that's how you spell that. Okay. If I have to make it's between Born to Krill and Seize the Dave for the last slot. And I can't decide. I can't decide, friends. No, I'm gonna go with Seize the Dave because it is Dave base. Toxic's like, well, my name's Dave, so you know my vote. All right. So, friendos, you're going to have 10 minutes to vote on the next base. Mead points will be viable. So, if you want to put the weight of your... if you want to move away from making me dab like an idiot and you want to put your weight behind a Pacific name, you can exactly. I meant to say specific, but I said Pacific. The C puns are infecting my mind. Friends, I will be back with a cuppa and a Sani. And then... yeah, we just need to head back to Deep Shrimp Pact before to get enough like food and supplies to start growing stuff, and then we're gonna have a bad time. Numbers, we've got our 5 locked in, but this will not be the last base we build, I hope. Okay. The BRB needs tears up. The poll is set. I'll be back with you all in a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. Good luck. Vote well. Hello, hello. Thank you kindly for waiting. Let's have a look and see how the poll's going. Oh, look, it's a final seconds battle between Deep Space Brine and Seize the Dave. Oh, this is going to be a fight. Oh. Ortazini spent 5.5k on Seize the Dave. Feckin' yo! Because I know loads of people have been saving mead points for nonsense. But yeah, by a gnat's whisker, it's going to go to Deep Space Brine. Alright, let's get loaded in. And hope by the old gods and the new that it hasn't biffed it. Thank you all for throwing in for that one. That was feckin' cool of you. Jotinium? Eventually I'll get it right. Thank you kindly. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. I do feel bad that Squid Pro Quo didn't get more, but that's a banging pun that will lead someone else to great victory. Right. And we'll get back in, shall we? Fingies crossed. Just fingies feckin' crossed. Though yeah, I have this horrible feeling of like, what if it's balked? Also, I put way too much sauce in this. So I'm going to be wearing this glorious sani for most of the afternoon now. Check me out. And yeah, I mean, I hope this isn't the last base that we build. As I said, I'm not ready to be done with this game. Ah, thank fuck. Thank fuck. Also, did you notice how quickly that loaded? Deus! I'm gonna finish the damn thing already! Get it done, friend! Fire the nuclear weapons! Alright, and Lyris, we shall see you when you get back. Honestly, we're just gonna drive up to Deep Shrimp Act. We're gonna drive up to Deep Shrimp Act. We're gonna go get ourselves some more peppers that we can grow down this way, and then go from there. Oh. Sorry. But before we go anywhere else, it is my absolute pleasure It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to Deep Space Brine. Deep Space Brine. Ah! So good. So good. Alright. So yeah, so thankfully nobody's missed Dave times yet. And there has been some mild incoherent screaming. See, we could nip back. No. Actually, you know what we can do? We can take the scanning upgrades from Deep Shrimpact. Jafar James, I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating, so I apologize for just stuff in my face. And you're right, Chia, it does have that satisfying coffee crunch. That satisfying coffee crunch sandwich flavor. Though I won't lie, I'm kind of okay with coffee not being crunchy in this game. I won't lie. Yeah, so Chia, it's also worth saying, we were at the other entrance to Dave's territory before, apparently. We haven't seen Dave yet. Oh. Make sure we don't run over the cuties. How the fuck was that? Okay. Welcome to Deep Shrimpact. Oh, God. Biff to that landing. Oh, interesting. So Chiet says it's the only entrance that they used. See, we came in through one of the main areas. All right. So how many planters do we need? So we need like. Hang on. Let me eat a few. If I remember rightly. Oh, I've got some goodies stashed in here. Power, a couple of nutrition blocks. Alrighty. Gonna eat a couple. Just to offset that dehydration. You know, never underestimate the hydrating power of super spicy peppers, apparently. God, I love this little base. Alright, please excuse me while I put more food in my face. I didn't realise I was starving until I got some food. And it wasn't that I forgot to eat. I'm not... Breakfast does not agree with me. Sorry, that is to say that eating food at breakfast time doesn't tend to have good results for me. I can do it. I'll regret it, but I can do it. Breakfast-type foods are a glorious triumph of human engineering. So, Deus, can you tell us what the thing is? And Chia, how you been? I feel like we've gotten to see you a lot more with Subnautica goodness, so I hope you're doing good. Oh, so we don't get to know the thing. Feckin' course. Oh, well, I mean, Gia, please don't think I'm quizzing you as to your locations. I hope things are going well with you. Oh, nice! Sorry, friends. Gia was saying that they did fall into a hole for about a year, but they got a job teaching game design at Chesterfield College. Go you! That's feckin' rad. And Swolmaz, what are you planning? Swole says there may or may not be something arriving here tomorrow morning. What are you planning? And G, have a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well. And if you can't sleep, we'll still be here. I just realized that I can potentially search for magnetite here. So we could potentially build another geothermal plant. And as there's a it's not this fabricator, is it? It's this one. It's like I might be able to create some more scammer room upgrades. Yeah, which just needs copper and magnetite. And hell, copper, we can probably find a vein of it. And Brutus, thank you kindly for the follow. How goes it? Yeah, and I know what you mean about...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Brutus, thank you kindly for the host as well. 2 for 2. I know what you mean about like the death commute. I worked a gig that initially was great. It got weird, but I was commuting in and out of London from like the arse end of nowhere, and it was a challenge. Sorry, as Swallow was saying, here's the hint. They're sharing with part of the class. And Imperios can apparently smell donuts. I'm not sure what that means. Like... If you can smell burning toast, that's a bad sign for certain. Also, I'm going to head down and get the magnetite. Because I know where it's at. Oh. I got a little overexcited there. I need to go through this into the... Oh, excuse me, cutie. Into the central point. Here we go. Just make sure I'm not going to get my face chewed off by some opportunistic shark bastard. Because let's be honest, since I've gained the ability to get vengeance, I have done nothing but. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Possibly copper. Yeah! That's one range extension right there. God, my pronunciation's gonna go out the feckin' window.
I come home and what do I see? An empty throne waiting for me. What ho, friendos.
And what ho to you, Caffeine. All hail the new Jarl! All hail! The new Jarl, not too dissimilar from the old Jarl, if we're being honest. Caffeine, how you doing? And thank you for 500 bits, you feckin' legend. Oh, also, it turns out that tweet I belted out before going live might have gotten a few, I gotten a little bit of attention, so. pistol down here. Sneak into this little cave. Magnetite aplenty. Friends, do you think it would be gauche if I put a "come talk to us on stream" message off the... If I put a "come talk to us on stream" message off the arse of the tweet I put out this morning? Because, yeah, it turns out loads of people have a similar opinion to us, which is don't let people tell you how to play video games. Alright, we are set for... Oh, and we did visit the alien artifact down here. I don't think we visited the one further down. Alright. Take what we can get, right? Caffeine, the general conversation's pretty basic. You know, it's a tale as old as time. White guy with massive audience who is kind of starting like a bad faith argument about like difficulty in video games yet again. Alright. Honestly just need like... Oh, technically I only need like one more piece, maybe two. Like, there's a part of me that feels like maybe we should stock up here, but I don't know. Oh yes, good point, Fearless. The will feck up your day pods. Scared the piss out of me before. Yeah, anyway, this should be enough magnetite. You know, if we can grab a bit more copper, that'll be grand, but it's not a necessity. I'm going to grab a couple more pieces of magnetite while we're down here, and it gives us a chance to chat and me to have Misani digest a little before we leap off into the... Before we face Dave, basically. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, so someone was complaining about... I think their general complaint was reviewing video games on easy isn't the intended experience, yada yada yada. And again, it's a bad faith argument. It's a bad faith argument which ignores the nuances of video games as a whole, etc., etc. Hey! Sorry, Dorcas with, and so a new base was born. And its name, Deep Space Brine. And lo, all the cartographers did hear of its birth, and they did gather together and said, "Ah, come on! Why'd you have to go and do that? Now we've got to update all our maps, you jerk! Can you stop making sweeping changes?" And lo, the explorers went, "Lo, not likely." And while I do like that Dara O'Brien joke, I have found often with especially certain kinds of literature, I'll get quizzed after I've read it. And I'm like, firstly, I'm very dyslexic, so stop correcting my pronunciation of the characters' names because they're all bollocks. But I know what he's saying, and the thing is, on the unlikely chance that he's putting this forward because He actually believes that like video game difficulty is something that we should be guarding. Well, he's bloody wrong, so. Yay, more copper! You haven't got any copper for us, have you? No? Okay. Thanks anyway. And we'll deconstruct the shite out of those, Oh, cool. Yo, if we can find more 1 bit of copper, we're set. Anyway. Oh, and caffeine has, correct... only a correct pronunciation of my paper, an imaginary waifu, and nothing more. Aww. Come on, copper. Darn it. Alright, just need 1 piece of copper. God, we've grown so many sea monkeys. Eventually the sea monkeys will command this entire ecosystem, as it was foretold. Come on. Yay! All the copper we need. So we don't need to go back to Club Pengling. But that also means I have no excuse to go back to Club Pengling. Yeah. But yeah, so Chiat, like today we've been talking a lot about like accessibility in games and stuff. Because, you know, when you're not being an elitist slamchode, the discussion of how people access video games is one that I'm very passionate about. Oh wow, that's just gone. Alright. So I'm gonna need a Preston's Delight and I need a few peppers. Also, what else have you got here? I'll take that copper, and I'll definitely take the lithium in case we have to reinforce the operation. Quartz, we got plenty down there, and fiber mesh. Yeah, and so Chia, we've been talking a lot about like VR accessibility and stuff like that. Oh, and way cool, Chia. Sorry, I'm really glad you enjoyed the Beasts of Marvel Island at Maraville Island because it was beautiful. Fearless says that the scanner room at Deep Space Brine might be able to track Dave. Oh, good. Oh, good. Alright. Because I need a gel sack. Actually, I just need a gel sack. Alright. Now let's turn this off so we don't eat all the power. And, alright, fine. You can have more fuel for the bioreactor. God, where? Just all feckin' whinge with you. I do like that both our character and our power supply is fueled by peppers. Yes, Fearless says, would I prefer to see Dave coming or hear Dave coming? Both sound horrifying. Alright. Anyway. Alright, let's get Deep Space Brine up to speed. Now we've got everything we need. We'll be able to build the 4 scanner room upgrades, and we'll be able to build a second geothermal power plant to keep it up to speed. Chiat's like, I have good news! Dave is silent and invisible! That doesn't sound like good news. That sounds like very bad news. Oh, and that does sound delicious. 10 Wins just did a minced beef stew with curry and coconut. Oh. Oh. Good coconut curry. Woof! I just obliterated a sandwich in the same way as a hungry velociraptor descends upon a Hollywood actor. And we have our power supply ready for Deep Space Brine. like, gonna be doing good. Oi. Oh, was I too high? There we go. You know what? I'm going to move this slightly out so that I don't get this all stuck again. Alright. Caffeine's asking, have I saved? I have not. I should really feckin' do that, shouldn't I? Right. Oh, crud sticks. So, if I grab the ruby, we can build another aerogel here. Sorry. And breathe. Oh, my feckin' life! Alright, I am saving it once we get outside. This area seems cursed. I almost got stuck in the feckin' lockers. Alright, let's go build a scanner. Let's go build the big scanner.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, so we've got a pretty good micro scan of... Wow, so we are right at the start heading into somewhere. Alright, fabricator, scanner room upgrade, not the bloody computer chip. Oh, and Alex, how are you doing this afternoon?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hi, Will.
And to Rogue Jeffrey, what ho, friend? How are you doing? 14 months and all, feckin' yo! And Ems, what ho, friend? How are you doing? Coming in, coming in. We're just getting our new base up to snuff, and it's doing pretty bloody well. Welcome to Deep Space Brine. Ems, we did see some sharky babies, and sometimes it got feckin' weird. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Boof. Okay, that's rad. Sorry, Rogue Jeffrey's like, just me and Emma streaming from the same couch. 2 different devices. Nice. The weird bit is when one ends up out of sync and you get double will, because no one's ready for that. How are you both doing? Oh, and Ems, like, both of you watching on 2 devices together? Like, Mr. Twitch considers that legit, so I'm very grateful. Oh wow, we've got this whole area feckin' mapped. Alright, so let's see what's down here. Some fragments, some crops, heat area, Shadow Leviathan. Shadow Leviathan. So that's Dave, huh? Fuck. Alright, so we're going to be playing Decorate This Base and Ignore Day-to-Day Responsibilities. I'm going to be your host, Will. And I wish I could get away with that. Oh boy. Ignore Dave to Dave responsibilities. Well played. Well played. Alright. Yeah, so we're just gonna start growing some food down this way. Put up a bed. Like, second power plant can't hurt. House Flipper Deep Sea Edition. Might need to build just one more of these. Oh, I need more bloody gold. I need more bloody gold. Excuse me, have you got any bloody gold? I knew one of you lot would make this rather difficult. Alright. I'm pretty sure we brought a bunch of extra gold for just such an occasion. Alex, so the truck modules aren't powered separately, so if we disconnect the cab, the back half doesn't get power, which is difficult but understandable. So many wasted pieces of... There we go. Give me the gold. Yes, as Chiat's correct, the lockers still work, so they're not like powered lockers. But, so like the fabricator doesn't work if you just disconnect the... What the fuck is that? Is that just... Oh, it's just some really pretty quartz. Okay. So as much as I want to put this here, it doesn't want to play ball. And that's fine too. But that's fine. That's okay. We'll build a power plant here instead. Boof. There we go. 50 degrees C. Lovely, lovely. Alright. So Deep Space Brine now has power. And in fact, we don't need any of that. So we want is a bed and a grow bed. I don't want to build the spooky bed down here. I think I just want to build like a nice simple... A double bed seems pretty bad. Oh, Chiat's saying scan for Dave. I don't want to, but okay. cool. We can track him. That's Dave. Fuck you, Dave. Fuck you. What? I'm not a fan, alright? So here, we'll start growing some plants. Here, we'll start growing some peppers. Now let me go get the stuff for a bed so I can have a snooze when I'm stressed. But we have the prawn suit, and the prawn suit's got power of feckin' plenty. Oh, do you know what we should be building in this place? Is a feckin' a charging unit for power cells. Because while we're not using one thing, we could be charging the crap out the other. What does that require? Advanced wiring. God, advanced wiring is everything ever. Oh, goody! Maybe later. Oh, yeah. And breathe. I'm not stressed. I'm not stressed. I'm not worried. He said, clearly lying. Actually, I don't think we need anything. We could definitely use a little bit more titanium, but like right now, yeah, there isn't too much we need. So, like, the lithium's not really any use to us.
Seek fluid intake.
No, I thought I'd just stand here and drown! The quartz, I want to turn into one more... No, I want the titanium. Yeah, essentially we're just building a bed now and some goodies. Like... I want to build one more glass window, because it makes me feel less nervous. Alright, so we do have the power cells as backup. Alright. You know what? I'm just going to have a nap. Just gonna have a nap. It's fine. Everything's fine. Like, there are some alien facilities down here. What just ran into us? We turn around and then Dave's just like, hey, what up? I decided to come for a swim. Yeah, so Deus, apparently the Shadow Leviathan, that's Dave. Who knew the Shadow Leviathan was a thing? I didn't until now. Ah, lead. I wanted basic building blocks. Yeah, that'll do.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. How's the plants coming? They're not going to be ready for a while. This is somewhat bad. Alright, just a nice, calming, single bit. This is somewhat bad. And I'm not saying this to try and switch back to stall mode, but we might not have enough in the way of resources to continue without going and picking up more water. Preston's Delight's growing real fast. The trees are going to take a while, aren't they? Amount of titanium. Piss! And, yeah, like, I know, we can head over to the other space and... Alright, that's enough to get more food and resources going.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I've got a bottle of water. No, I know we've got to do this. I know I'm essentially stalling, but...
Vital signs stabilizing.
Heck off. Fear is real. Fear is real. What did you do, Deus? What did you do? Deus! Deus! Shall I just show everybody, or do you want them to look at the tweet? And you know what? Liked it, retweeted it. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. Daughter says it's not loading for them. Alright. So, some of you have seen the Frankie video, right? It looks like Deus has done an absolute cracking edit of it. So, main screen online. It's a little bit chunky and it's a little bit picture within picture. But, yeah. Should we have a watch? Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. Do your worst, the sea. Actually, no, I take that back immediately. Please be kind to me.
12 seconds later.
No. No, do not spooky noise. That fucking horn. I don't like this. Okay, so we've got heat geysers. That's nice. Ah, fuck! Nope, fuck. Doesn't matter, it's fine, it's fine. Do your worst, the sea. Actually... Bravo, Deus, bravo. You continue to be a fucking treasure. Also, feck you. Chad's like, this is art. Welcome. Welcome to my 12 seconds later. Swole says the no should be a GIF. I mean, Deus, if you send me the real one, we can add that as a thing. No. Okay. So, oh, we were trying to get stuff together for depth upgrades, weren't we? Because we did the prawn suit because we found 1 kyanite, but we need 2 kyanite and 3 nickel ore for the Mark III, don't we? And there's probably other stuff we haven't even fucking counted. Fearless, it should be retweeted. Stole Danielle's bed. What if we explore in the prawn? Like, we could do that. We could do that. It's slow. It's steady. It's powerful. I'm not nervous. You're nervous. Shut up. Hey, have you noticed how everything's gone really, 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 really quiet? Alright, now questions. Should we have the Dave detector on or not? Would you mind if I turned on the Dave detector? Torches, no. Alright, Chia thinks it would be a very good idea. I would prefer it on. We built a base for just such an occasion. Oh, that feeling... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, that feeling when the Dave detector doesn't ping, and you're like, is it behind me? Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright, so access upgrades. Alright, so... Alright. Feeling good. Oh, scheiße. Does anyone know if there's a way to... There's a way to change the slots. That should do it, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, there we go. Because I'm used to having the fist on this side. And the fist is pretty effective at telling things to feck off. Alright. Alright, our Dave detector is on. Kyanite crystals are aplenty. Sup, tiny fish? Just doing your thing? Can't see it, but it's out there. If it starts rapidly getting closer, watch me freak the fuck out.
Seek fluid intake.
Jesus, that thing moves fast.
Proceed with caution. A Leviathan-class creature is near.
No shit, Sherlock! I can't see it. I really don't want to get out. I should scan the propulsion arm. Alright, I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit. Biscuit risked. 2 biscuits. Double biscuit. 2 biscuits and a bopper copper. Or as a kabopper, as I like to call it. No, get in the prawn! Oh. Jesus Christ, it's so fast. You'll notice how many bits of feckin' broken shrimp are down here. I don't see it. I think I see it. Nani the fuck? Nani the fuck! No, no, no! No! Ah! You can fuck off and all. There's Davy! Fucking I guess! This rock puncher just having the best time. Can we keep him? No! The shitting puppy. Oh no, he's coming back around again. Nope, 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 nope. We found like one piece of kyanite. Oh look, magnetite. Could have used you earlier, you piece of shit. Davey wants a hug.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I know. Okay, I mean, I've got enough things out here trying to fucking kill me. Jesus H fucking Christ. Yeah, stay low, stay the wall. Save a raid, hug a wall. Save a raid, hug a wall. Yeah, I'm with you there, like, it's incredibly pretty and fucking terrifying in equal measure. No! 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 Nope, nope, fuck this. Fuck this amount. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. Huh, a whole ass vein of copper. Piece of kyanite. That's good. How are those vegetables coming?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Fuck. We'll play Subnautica, I said. It'll be fun. I love this game. You know, it's just cool. Can't get enough of this video game. You know, the kids are all into... No. Feck you, Preston. Somehow this is your fault. Oh, feel free to share that with the world. Let my shame be known. I was too busy hiding behind my pad, so I saw the underside of it open up, and it just... Ah! Oh, we do have lithium. Can reinforce the back wall. Reinforce the back wall, put some more windows in. Night Valen says, look on the bright side, Will. It doesn't get worse than this. Okay. So what have we got at our disposal? We've got the prawn. And I managed to come out of that okay. Which is a rarity, let's be feckin' honest. So Dorches is suggesting that, and I think Fearless was suggesting the same as well, that we leave the prawn behind and we take the sea truck. Because the sea truck can defend itself and it's more mobile. You are not wrong.
You doing alright?
Fiona's like, you doing alright? I'm like, no. There we go. This is better. This is better. Oh, and friends, I will say, even though it contains all of my shame, if you want to help out the nonsense that I do here, please feel free to share that with whoever. Send it to... I'll send the clip to feckin' Ben so he can know what this game still does to me. Feckin' yo. Hey, remember how we were going to talk about, like, accessibility in games and stuff like that? Remember that? Alright. How are we doing for supplies? Or are we doing... Okay, we're doing terrible, but... We're getting close to... Because nickel we can find real easy, if I remember correctly. It is literally just, it's kyanite that's a pain in the bad word to acquire. And Lyris, I will admit, until the fear kicked in, like, Dave is a gorgeous design. The way it flows through the water, it doesn't swim so much as it glides, and the kind of the glowing underside gives it this beautiful, like, iridescent style. I don't know if that laugh was in game or out of game or in my head or out of my head. Not gonna lie, kind of yeah. Dave is beauty, Dave is grace. Dave will try to shove you in his face. All right, I'm gonna make a spicy salad. And I guess we need to what? We need to go deeper? Like, while we've got tracking on Dave,